Yeah. To the guilters, please take a seat. Propaganda spreaders rolling down the street, spreading the lies, dropping the shit at our feet, throwing that nonsense, spitting the lies, talking through their teeth. Don't know shit, only what they think, pushing that narrative, thinking they won't sink, going on day after day. They only wanna see it one way. Take a seat, go ahead, I'll wait. We see you, too late. Take a seat, you're done, sit down. Propaganda pushers,
Yeah, sit down. Sit down.
Yeah.
Sit down.
We be the puts in Jeffy, that great, throwing out bullshit, boy. I can't wait. Who signs your paycheck? Is it Idaho State? Propaganda pushers,
Stop now, it's too late.
we see you, we see what you doing. Eyes wide open, ain't no confusion. Every little rumor, every fake conclusion you built on the lie. Now watch that illusion. Take a seat, go ahead, I'll wait. We see you,
Too late.
take a seat, you're done, sit down. Propaganda pushers,
Yeah, sit down.
Say it like it is, not what you sold. Same old story, just cheap and cold. You talk in circles, we break the mold. Say it to my face, don't fall. Take a seat, go ahead, I'll wait. We see you,
Too late.
take a seat, you're done, sit down. Propaganda pushers,
Yeah, sit down.
Walks in like a crown on his head. Talks crime scenes like he wrote the dead. One cast on the table, now he wants the throne. Like that one little mode made him king of the zone. He reads one print and he starts to preach. Calls a genius with the schoolyard reach. But all that talk is cheap and loud. When the whole damn room sees through the cloud. He knows one lane, then talks like 10. Big fake cape, same act again. Superman like, kiss up fast when the money walks by. All talk, no spine. Best in his mind, but he can't read the room. Superman like, cast expert mask, but the truth cuts through. All talk, no spine. Flip flop king with a borrowed view. Flip flop king. With the bar. He says I'm the one with the chest puffed out, but every real case makes him back up now. He wants to shine, wants the front row seat, wants the praise from the suits on Easy Street. Integrity gone when the bills come due. He'll nod so hard just to stay in view. If the pocket fat, he'll change that tune. Same old grin in a cheap fake suit. One word here, then two words there. He bends so quick, you can feel the air. Superman like, kiss up fast when the money walks by. All talk, no spine. Best in his mind, but he can't read the room. Superman like, cast expert mask, but the truth cuts through. All talk, no spine. Flip flop king with the borrowed view. Gets quiet fast when the spotlight fades and the facts are asked. You wear that grin like a rented prize, but everybody sees through both your eyes.
borrowed view. With borrowed view. Boom, boom. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Walks in like a crown on his head. Talks crime scenes like he wrote the dead. One cast on the table, now he wants the throne. Like that one little mold made him king of the zone. He reads one print and he starts to preach. Calls it genius with the schoolyard reach. But all that talk is cheap and loud. When the whole damn room sees through the cloud. He knows one lane and talks like 10. Big fake cape, same act again. Superman like kiss up fast when the money walks by. All talk, no spine. Best in his mind, but he can't read the room. Superman like cast expert mask, but the truth cuts through. All talk, no spine. Flip flop king with a borrowed view. Flip flop king with the bar. He says I'm the one with the chest puffed out, but every real case makes him back up now. He wants to shine, wants the front row seat, wants the praise from the suits on Easy Street. Integrity gone when the bills come due. He'll nod so hard just to stay in view. If the pocket fat, he'll change that tune. Same old grin in a cheap fake suit. One word here, then two words there. He bends so quick, you can feel the air. Superman like kiss up fast when the money walks by. All talk, no spine. Best in his mind, but he can't read the room. Superman like cast expert mask, but the truth cuts through. All talk, no spine. Flip flop king with the borrowed view. Gets quiet fast when the spotlight fades and the facts are asked. You wear that grin like a rented prize, but everybody sees through both your eyes. Superman live. Kiss up fast when the money walks by. All talk, no spine. Best in his mind, but he can't read the room. Superman live. Cast expert mask, but the truth cuts through. All talk, no spine. With the borrowed view. With borrowed view. We were all there in the chair, in the room, the blackest night in the moon. 4 people murdered in the night. My innocence taken, I'm guilty. I did not fight. You took it all away in the end. There was nothing left. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the cafe. I hope you're all having a great day today. Thank you so much for joining me. It is great to see you all. Hope everybody is having a great, happy, healthy, safe, and sound day. Welcome, welcome. Please make sure to hit the like button, share this out, and let everybody know what we're doing over here. Again, another interview has come out with Mr. Cy Ray. Strikes again with the Goncalves, part 2 of him, I guess you could say. We're going to break that down, review it, and discuss whatever else we get into with discussing. So thank you guys for being here. Please make sure to hit the like button, share it out. Please and thank you. Let's get this thing going. Here we go. Here we go.
Rolling up on the scene. Dago's got that stare red light on the screen. Pouring up truth every damn day. Names, faces, dates, he don't look away. Pin maps, cold files on the wall. String runs tight from the big shots, his halls. You feel that chill when he says that name. Someone's shadow, someone's shame. True Crime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. Seeking justice, seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the street. True Crime Cafe, every single day. Pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in the veins, he's calling it out. No way, no peace till justice is found. darkest stories are served here.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back. Great to see you today. Sorry about that. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable, if you will. We got another interview to break down, and not that it's going to be any different than the other, but the second interview with the Goncalves and Cy Ray together again. Cy strikes again. So we're going to break that down, discuss that, and some other things as well. Come on in, take a seat, get up your feet, grab your cup and fill it up, and let's jump into this mix and mess. Of course, I'll give everybody the option to pop up through here 10 minutes or so at a time to speak your feelings and opinions. And you guys know how we do that. So come on in. Let's see who we got in here with us today. SR Bubbles. Welcome, Miss Bubbles. Sophie, welcome back. Moto's in the house. What's up? Moonflower, welcome back to you. Miss Sophie, good to see you. Astastic, welcome to you. Sammy T, good to see you today. One Can Leanne, welcome back. Miss Luther's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. Baby Ames, good to see you. Ms. Rowe, welcome to you. Good to see you today. Miss Tandy, hello and welcome. Let me see. Beach Babe, great to see you today. Thank you to the Blue Crew for jumping in here and joining us. Always appreciated during your busy lives and days. Appreciate you all. Blue Eyed Butterfly, good to see you today. It's cold in here. Ooh. Let me see. I think Doc J, great to see you today. Thank you for being here. Mama D3, great to see you. Excuse me. Miss Cat K, welcome, dear. Good to see you, as always. Mikey's in the house with the last 24. Pedro Pony, welcome to you. Giggity, my friend. All right, come on down. Carol, whoever, welcome. In Stitches, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Be talking about Mr. Integrity himself today. Flibbity floppity flibbity flow. Terry Martin, welcome to you. Miss Wendy, great to see you. Sweet Pea's in the house. Sammy T. Whoa. Deb Tudoro, welcome to you. Yeah, Salai Ray himself. Chris WPA, welcome to you. Boy, he had me worked up last night. That's for damn sure. Over at Sarge's. Oh, boy. It was a good show, though. It was a good conversation. Miss Kathy was joining us over there, and Miss Kathy is so awesome. Thank you, Miss Luther. Please make sure you guys hit that like button, share this out. Make sure if you want to be subscribed, that you are, because YouTube does their thing from time to time, as you've heard me say. Carolyn Prestage, welcome. Realize, analyze, good to see you, and thank you. Spy Slay or Sly Ray. Hey. Mr. Integrity himself. Yeah, of course, I had to write a new song about him. How I voiced my anger, I guess. Oh, he will, Chris. He will. But Kathy's right. She's made that statement more than once that who knew who he was before this case? Nobody. He was and that's all he's done is he's created a persona of this person who he completely is not now. So That's a good point. He has 4 separate stories on file now, and every one of them is contradictory. He completely contradicts his report is the only thing that matters, and he's completely contradicted it. Yep. Mr. Sly Cray Cray. Come on in, everybody. Miss Donna 7 to 9, good to see you. Yeah. Sheriff Nenos, Sheriff Uh-oh in Arizona. Yeah, the Nancy Guthrie sheriff. I think they should, Deb. I think they should. Oh, I can guess, Moonflower. I can guess. He sure does, Miss Tandy. We found that one out for sure. He ain't all Mr. Clean, prim and proper that he wants everybody to think he is. Aquamarine, welcome to you. Oh, it was a good one last night, Sweet Pea, for sure. Yeah, Mr. Perfect. He's put himself out there to be, but believe me, he ain't. He definitely is not. Shame, shame, shame. Ray. What's up, Doug? Good to see ya. That's what I'm saying. Now the whole internet community is out here screaming, "Oh, Bryan was in the house." Sit down. Sit down. Gonna hurt yourselves. Sit down. Ridiculous bullshit. Oh, I agree with you, Moon. Believe me, I agree with you. Where's that at? SRB. I know you sent it to me. Let me find this. All right, all right. All right, all right. All right, all right. Hang on a minute. Where is it? Got a couple things to review as well if we have the time. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm a little bit cold in here today. It's weird because it's not cold outside. I'll find it here in a little bit. Oh, thank you, Tandy. Looking in the wrong place, of course, because that is what I do. Thanks for posting that as well, Pedro. And I'll tell you what, I don't like to talk down about people. But, you know, and I'm not going to talk down, but after everything, I just can't understand. These people are so mean and rude to people. There's so many posts that are coming from the Goncalves family. It's like, Jesus criminy. Evil, evil, evil. I cannot find this damn thing to save my life. Too much stuff to look at. Hold on. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, please. Looks like a laptop to me. Maybe not. I realize. Lisa Winchester, welcome to you. It's the trauma. Thanks, Mom. Welcome. I know Lana's probably still alive, so I'm sure. Um, there's people still over there, so no worries. Just waiting a few minutes to see who else we got joining us. Grace Kirk, welcome to you. Linda Farley, thank you for those jewels. Very much. Christine Fortunato, welcome to you. Ever watched the movie The Incredible Mr. Limpet with Don Knotts? That fish reminds you of anyone? You know what it does, Stitches. I told you guys this a long time ago. The Incredible Mrs. Dillon. Telling you. I pointed that out like, what, a year ago? And I can't get it out of my mind. That's what I see now. When I see that, I see that. When I see her, that's what I see. Oh. Jump. That's where it was. I was looking at listen, guys, I got a lot going on in my mind. Trying to move, unfortunately, and find a house and all this and everything else that's going on with all that. Plus this. So please excuse my dunce hat that I should be wearing from time to time. So that's all. Please bear with me. I ain't perfect. Far from it. Yeah, I'm going to show you a little something that was posted of Pob's community had it listed. I thought that was kind of interesting just because. Living Dead Girl, welcome. Thank you again, Linda Party, for those jewels. Mr. Superman himself. Captain Integrity. Superhero, my ass. Oh, very distasteful, Donna. I've never seen anybody. These people, they talk about, they come out here and call us trash, okay? Trailer trash, whatever the hell they've called us. But look at some of the stuff that they say. I mean, who talks that way? I really wouldn't mind doing it, Miss Leanne. Just move over to the UK, and I can hang out with Harsh and all the rest of you awesome UKers. Moto. Good to see you, buddy. New Mexico. I have to move. I have to find a place. But where I move to is my final destination. We're buying a place, really buying it, not what we try to do here, but we're really buying it. And that's where we're staying. Eddie's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you, Stitches, for the floating heart, I think it says. Very much appreciated. Manny thanks you as well. Oh, you think? Oh, well, I don't know. I like the architecture over there, so that'd be my thing. Let's see. So we're breaking into a new interview that I guess Frodo covered with the yeah, I'm with you on that one, Moto. But who was I gonna say? Frodo covered an interview with the Goncalves and the second version of it, not the one that Jesse did, but a secondary one, and Olivia as well. Christy's hard to listen to. I fully agree with it. So is Olivia. Living it, girl. Yes, that is me as a meatball, Mr. Manny the meatball. I'm creating a friend for him as well. That way, you guys have something else to look at besides that. Yes, I agree. Stitches. Right. There you go. All right, guys. Looks like there's 101 of you guys in here. And we got 51 likes. So please make sure to hit that like button. Please. And I'm going to kick this thing up and get this a moving. At some point, I will bring the link out as we can discuss these things. Smiling Sleuth, welcome to you. Good to see you today. Lana's probably about done. Don't forget to tune in. Today is Thursday, I do believe. So we got 2 days. And Miss Jules will be joining us here for the verdict room. Myself, the last 24 Mikey, Miss Logan, and Miss Jules will be here Saturday. Miss Kim will not be here. She's blowing us off again because she's on vacation. I'm just kidding. She's on a trip. So kind of vacation. So yeah. So it'll just be the me, myself, Logan, Mikey, and Miss Jules. So be here for that one. I'm excited for that one. I'm working on another. I'm working on possibly, don't quote me, possibly the following week after that, Mr. Andrew Myers and Miss Yo is going to join us again. I'm hoping the week after Miss Jules. So hopefully that will clear. Jesse Jules in the house. Good to see you. So yes, we will have Mr. Andrew Myers, Miss Yoli, if Yoli's We may not have Yoli depending on the time, but it will at least have Mr. Andrew Myers back. Great friend of the channel. I love Andrew. He's amazing. Um, so this Saturday, Miss Jules on the verdict room, and then the following, Mr. Andrew Myers, guys. He's just confirmed. Yeah, right. So we just got to confirm with Yoli. So that's gonna be awesome. I'm working on that one too, Jesse. I would love to do that. Also, I'm trying to reach out to Miss Amanda Kohberger to see about getting an interview with her for us. I think that would be interesting. Cross your fingers on that one. See what happens. Thank you, Beach Babe. We're trying to put in the work, you guys. But plenty of things to look forward to. My favorite show of the week, The Verdict Room, every Saturday with the amazing people I get to do it with. Again, this week, Miss Jules will be joining us from Jules True Crime Reactions. I'm super excited. The following week, Andrew Myers with possibly Miss Yoli. And yes, always, we have the best guests on that show. I swear we do. Miss Jessie Lane's in the house. Yes. Thank you, Sleuther. Absolutely. Thank you, Bubbles. Yes, we got great shows coming up. I agree, Dave. It's kind of pathetic too, because you know what's crazy to me is up until this happened, the G's they used to talk so much shit about Psy. I can't stand fake. You guys know that. I can't stand fake. I can't stand two-faced shit. And this is the classic. They ran their mouths about Psy like you wouldn't believe, and now all of a sudden they're best friends. Come on. Give me a flippin' break. Speaking of flipping, Mr. Integrity himself, the flopperner, flippity floppity flop. Flippity floppity. All right. So now we got Fredo out here telling the whole world Bryan was in the house. I can't think of anything to say to that except for it's the only thing that makes any sense with it. Sorry. Self-help this. Wonderful to see ya. He has, Dave. He has. And it's pretty sad, too, because somebody that does have the knowledge that he has and the ability that he could have to do the good that he could. No. Nope. Instead, let me show you something before we get into this interview. Thank you to Pavarotti's community for helping us to see this and to know this. Give you a little insight into who Psy really is. Welcome, Croft. Good to see you today. Yeah, integrity, my ass. Zero integrity. Yes, that is amazing too, Jesse. I hope so. Yes, absolutely. Accomplished Day is in the house. Living Dead Girl, good to see you. I start either that or he's been threatened. Those things make sense. But so do these things. Mr. Integrity. In the lawsuit filed by former Gilbert police officer Andrew Chad Biggs versus the town of Gilbert, Sergeant Cy Ray was accused of participating in targeted retaliation, internal misconduct, and launching retaliatory investigations. How about that? Manipulating evidence and fabricating findings. Excluding exculpatory evidence, Biggs accused Sergeant Cy Ray, along with Lieutenant Mike Angstead, of deliberately omitting. This is nice to know now. deliberately omitting key evidence from the Administrative Internal Review Board file regarding the August 2009 off duty shooting. Sounds like some Brady claims. Making false claims, Ray was accused of falsely reporting that the suspect, Theron Castillo, had not closed the distance between himself and Biggs and had not attempted to assault Biggs. Ignoring, that was making false claims, ignoring physical and video proof. These findings, allegedly pushed by Ray, directly contradicted eyewitness testimony. Biggs' original post-incident statement and a 6-minute parking lot surveillance video that clearly shows Biggs stepping back while Castillo aggressively rushed him. And violating procedural due process, Biggs alleged that by withholding favorable video / eyewitness evidence and submitting biased or false investigative findings to the Internal Review Board, Ray and other department leaders deprived him of a fair hearing and procedural due process under the 14th Amendment, directly contributing to his demotion from patrol officer to 911 operator. Dispatch. Launching retaliatory internal affairs investigations. How about that, guys? IA. This is Mr. Integrity himself. Welcome, John Boy. Good to see you. Sweet Pea. Let's see. Withheld Scorpio. Isn't that interesting, Dave? Interesting, isn't it? I also have an old interview we're going to be reviewing if we have time to point something else out. I'm sure there's more, Dave. I'm sure there's more. When you do things like this, it just becomes you. You know what I mean? It just becomes you. 1 minute, everybody. And this, in my opinion, sorry guys, I was the wife, the boss lady. This, in my opinion, is just like probably scratching the surface. Welcome, Karen. I'm sure there's more though. Blue Devil, welcome. Good to see you. So just a little something there. So if he would do these things, it makes you wonder, like this is probably not real hard of him to be doing the flippity flop stuff that he's doing. All right. That's a good point, Bubbles. Very good point. Where is our tomboy at today? That's right. I love when Tandy says that. You lie with dogs, you wake up with fleas, y'all. Miss Terry, hello. We actually looked in Hartville, Terry, but my wife doesn't want to move that far from the rest of our kids is the only reason why. I mean, it's not super far, but we're like right next to them out here, so. But thank you for making that mention. You're right, because it is nice out there. I agree. All right, let me move this out the way. All right, let's go see what Frodo's got to say today. And you know what's funny with this is it's funny watching this interview. I know, Jesse. I know. She always does. Most of them do. They leave me to go watch Lana all the time. It's all good. It's okay. I know I'm second best or third, however you look at it. It's okay though. Sarge is in the house. We gotta move, Sarge, to a new place. We're looking to buy a house now because the guy that owns this house has turned into quite the ding dong. I'll just put it that way. My roof started to fall in, and he said, "You guys should probably move rather than fixing it." So welcome, Karen. Good to see you today. Let me grab a link here and get that ready for you guys that are going to join me. And you're welcome to join me, Sarge, always, as we go through this new interview. Why, thank you, Miss Karen. Right turn, Clyde. Welcome. It's me, Lady T. Welcome to you. You did mention that, Jesse. You did mention it. All right. Let's get this thing up and moving. As always, company. I didn't even turn the coffee on yet. I got people knocking on the door already. Miss Kathy's in the house. Nope, this is another one. Welcome, Miss Kathy. Wonderful to see you. Um, I know I had nothing to do with me, Miss Kathy. Welcome, Moto. But I want to apologize for what happened last night because you didn't deserve that, Miss Kathy. So give me 1 minute, you guys. My damn phone's ringing in.
Hey, Seahawks, how's it going?
All right, I'm sorry, everybody. My wife was having a bit of a struggle. I think I got it fixed, though. Sorry about that, Moto. Let's see here. Oh, what's that? Um, oh shit! Hang on. Holy shit, Sarge, welcome,
Oh shit! Hang on.
welcome, sir.
I don't get that noise when people go in my back room. How do you get that to work?
I don't need you guys beating on my door like that.
I know, but how do you get that to work on StreamYard?
Oh, it's just an upload. You have to upload it to where your sound effects and stuff are. I'll show you how to do it.
All right, cool.
No problem.
Because I usually spend my time in the Yahoo chat room rather than the StreamYard chat room, and I don't know who gets in. Someone could be backstage. I wouldn't even know.
Yeah. Well, I'll show you all about it. It's.
All right, we'll do it on Discord. We'll do it on Discord another time.
It's a thing. Thank you, Beach Babe, for that. Welcome, everybody. So, did you see it? Did anybody see this new one yet with Mr. Bryan Enton? This isn't the one that we watched at Sarge's last night. This is a completely different one that they did to new, and it's almost it's got they're running around now making the whole community believe that Bryan was inside the house, and this is bullshit to me. I'm sorry, because there's no proof of any of this, so it's a joke. But
it's worse than a joke.
It is. This one's a secondary version, and again, it's just proof positive as to who this guy is. So it just gets better and better every day. Holy shit! Well, I guess we got guests today then. I thought soon. Let's see here. I'm coming. Hold on, Dylan. There you go.
Yeah, I didn't see your notification pop up.
Oh, you gotta pay attention, buddy.
I tried, but I'm too broke to be paying attention.
Yeah, I know what that's like. It happens to the best of us. So, have you ever met Sarge, Dylan?
Yeah, I've seen him on a few times.
Okay.
How you doing?
And Moto, of course, I think knows everybody too, so we're good. And these are guests for now. I'm gonna lock this out. Yeah, I'm gonna lock it out for now. These will be the guests up here today, and then once we get through this, then I'll start rotating people through that want to have things to say on this. So, of course, we'd love to have everybody's opinions. So here we go.
His name is Cy Ray. So feel free to point off some of what you said on News Nation, Cy. You talked about Bryan Kohberger potentially being at the house before. Can you elaborate on that a little more? I mean, are you able to, and I know it's not exact, but are you able to say whether he was actually inside the house?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be a little bit more responsive on these
Pay attention to this, man.
questions and drag it out a little bit. So if I'm going on and on, stop me.
Yeah, and you can do that on this. We have unlimited time, so feel free.
Thankfully.
Yeah,
and 100%, like, I'll make myself available to the family, by the way, 24/7. Like, if you guys have follow-up questions going forward, by all means. When I heard that you guys wanted to have this conversation, I actually, it meant a lot to me. And I was like, oh, finally, I can talk to the victim's family, because I've spent my entire career advocating for victims' families. I've done a lot of stuff with parents of murdered children. And, this is a very hard place that it started out trying to be at. And I really appreciate you guys reaching out. And anytime you have questions, I'll give you my direct number. By all means, feel free. You guys can hit me up anytime.
Thank you.
But what I want to cover on that piece is, when we start looking at the house itself, there's a couple different things we can look at. AT&T has a very specific report, and it's called Lokdebor. And I know it sounds like a silly word. It's LOCDBOR, Lokdebor, and it's location database of record. This will include estimated latitude and longitudes, and they range from 25 meters out to 3,000, 30,000 meters, so they can get very big. Historically, there's accuracy issues with this report. So if you just take all the data and you throw it on the map and you think that's accurate, you're going to have a lot of problems. A really good example in this case is there's a time when Bryan goes up to Seattle, and one of his Lokdebor hits shows him in New Orleans. So that gives you an idea of the accuracy issues. There's two factors, and like I said, I'm going to pile on a lot of data for you guys. The next thing that comes into play is the actual handset, the phone itself. iPhone actually restricts a lot of third-party apps and even the mobile carrier to some points of getting precise location data, which a lot of people don't realize. If I try to ping a phone, that phone ping can actually be screwed up by Apple itself, to instead of getting this nice, neat little GPS, I get this 5,000 meter GPS range, and you can be anywhere in that 5,000 meters. Samsung,
that's Apple security.
Phone. It's preloaded with all kinds of silly apps and ridiculous monitoring. If anybody's ever had a Samsung, when you first power that thing up, like there's 100 apps on that thing. It's good for law enforcement, because when we get a phone that's a Samsung phone, it's typically very chatty on the network. We're going to see a lot more connectivity. Samsung's also unique that if I do certain things with certain apps that require location data, such as GPS or navigation, that accuracy from the 3,000 or the 5,000 meter ranges come down to 25 meters. And in this particular case, if you look at those precise measurements, there's probably 5 that land directly on what would be the living room of the house. Like the latitude, longitude is the physical house itself. And, you know, if you put the house back on the map and you map those, the hits are inside the house. Now,
I'm going to let you keep explaining. I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So, because I haven't heard this before. So you're saying based on the data you saw, the latitude, longitude for Bryan Kohberger's Samsung was in the living room?
The AT&T derived latitude, longitude from the AT&T's network that it estimates a location, it lands in the house. And it's a 25-meter range. So, you know, we're talking 75 feet. So it could be anywhere in the house on any floor. It could technically be outside the house. It could be on the property, but it's showing in the immediate area. My personal opinion is when I look at those and I map what's happening before and after, and I'm looking at all the other evidence, I think these are accurate locations. And, you know, that's, and to Steve's point earlier, this is why court, I think, is so critical for this case. That's an argument to be had in front of the jury where the defense would come in and say, hey, you can't reliably say this. And the prosecution would say, here's why. When done right, I feel that they're reliable.
So when you say accurate locations, you mean you believe based on your expertise that he was inside the house on previous occasions?
So I'll qualify a handful of things tonight. And again, Steve, any questions that later on, by all means, hit me up. I'm more than happy to pour over anything you want to. One of the things the defense did with me early on in this case is they got outside of the geolocation data and they said, hey, as a former homicide cop, as a homicide sergeant, as a supervisor that supervises these type of investigations, we're interested in anything you can find. And they poured.
Why was none of this in the report that he filed? Not even a drop of it. In fact, it was completely the opposite. So, once again, I don't believe you at this point.
Tons of
this is insane. I can't even imagine being Bryan Kohberger and seeing this and seeing one of my experts pretty much condemning me.
Basically,
this cannot be legal.
I feel like it should be illegal as well, and very inappropriate. I agree, but none of it's in his report. So, again, this is a joke to me.
Well, I think he's actually perjuring himself.
I agree with that, Sarge.
He signed statements under oath and filed motions with the court and under the defense team, and none of this was ever stated. And matter of fact, he could have, if what he knows is true, he could have then removed himself from the defense team.
Agree. He should have.
So
yeah.
You can't do what this guy's doing. I mean, you can, obviously, the media loves it, but to say that Bryan was south of Moscow that night and argue that he was star watching and being a part of his alibi, and then coming on TV now and telling everybody the truth really is he was in that house 5 times before the killing. I mean, I don't know. Everybody's arguing there was no electronic data to put Bryan in communication with anybody in that house, and the house included, even in the sentencing statements by the prosecution. So I don't know. This guy should probably be charged with perjury.
I agree. Like Kathy just said, call it what it is. He's poisoning the mind of any future jury. If Bryan were to get a new trial, 100% is what it is. Tainting the jury. I agree with that. This is so disgusting to me.
Over. Why that's important too is it's not just the phone stuff. There's a lot of stuff inside the crime scene and things that I reviewed in the crime scene. I 100% believe that the offender, who is Bryan Kohberger, like there is no alternative theory in my head at this point. He's been in the house before. I think there's absolutely no doubt he was familiar with the basic layout of the house. I'm not saying he was intimately familiar with the entire house, but he had a working knowledge of the house. That house is laid out very weird. I've been through the house. The path that was taken, what we see is what occurred in that house, him coming and going from the neighborhood. There's prior knowledge. There's no doubt in my mind that there's prior knowledge. So that also helps support some of this. One thing I want to kind of circle back to, Bryan, and Steve, you'll find this in my report, and it took me weeks to get the defense to allow me to put this in my report. They didn't want me to put it in there. There are third-party databases that collect what is called MAID ID, so mobile advertiser ID. And you guys have all experienced this where you've searched for, I don't know, a pair of shoes. You've Googled a new pair of shoes you think you wanted. And then 2 days later, you're surfing the internet and some ads are popping up for those shoes. That's based on your mobile advertiser ID. It's a unique number, but there's third-party databases that collect that. And typically when they're collecting that type of information, it gets a latitude, longitude stamp with a timestamp. So we can actually see. Law enforcement can access those databases. You have to have search warrant. There's a process to go through. In my report, what you'll find is it's towards the very end of it, I actually lay out that, hey, there's more than reasonable suspicion here to believe that this phone has been inside the residence or very close to the residence on these dates. Typical criminal investigation, we would go look at these third-party databases, pull all the mobile advertiser ID data from those dates. Forget the 13th. His phone is off. We're never going to get his phone in or near the house on the 13th, and that's where all the focus is. But if we go back to pattern of life and we pull these other dates leading up to the crime, I feel incredibly confident that they're going to get precise GPS. Now I'm talking 3 meters, so now we're talking less than 10 feet at, around, and very close to the house on those different occasions. The idea that I put this in my report and said, this is the kind of follow-up I would expect to have, and nobody ever, I fully expected as soon as I dropped that report that January, that by February, March, we were going to see discovery on this new data. They didn't even look at it. They didn't even bother with it. It's incredible.
If they looked at it, they wouldn't have understood it. We heard that in court when they were talking about a JSON file and how you can edit it and how like that was some kind of weird anomaly. It's like, that's what the file's for. That's what you use it for. I mean, it was very confusing to the audience, but the lack of knowledge inside that courtroom at certain times was very frustrating to me. And I mean, I wouldn't hire my own people. I would. Shadow Dragon, I've said it multiple times. They have OS lint. They were like, Steve, the same emails they're using in this court case are the same emails we're tracking back to your children. But we're not doing it for free. They weren't like a Cyray. They're like, I think there was a 30K. Don't quote me on that, but I that's what my mind wants to tell me. It was like a 30K. And they said, we're not giving it up on a case this big. We keep doing, because we're highly in demand. We're not going to take a case this big and not get stiffed with the payment. We're not making that a message. But they literally said, we can literally tell you that he's been connected to these people through his fingerprint of his emails and the things that he was doing online. It's a whole science that they have out there, and touch points, and they put it all together. He was very confident, and he said they're refusing to give me any money. They want to do it for free. And to that point, the Cellbrite, the Barnharts ended up didn't have to do it, but they did it for free, just like Cyray. So there was these decisions being made, not over the right decision. It was, I don't know what it was, but evidence was being missed in a case that the world was watching, and we can do better. We can learn from our mistakes, and we can do better, and that's why we're here right now.
And you know, Steve, if you think about it, let's push that price up to 50K. When you look at the amount of money that was spent on this investigation and bang for the buck, spend the 50K is probably the best thing you're going to spend on this case, because it's going to show that I think those concrete connections. I do have a question. I think you guys might be interested in this. I believe that the girls went to the A&W. There's a little A&W and a little store.
I know exactly. Yeah, right down the street.
I think this was a pretty routine thing that they hit on a regular basis. And I'm really curious to some of the background there. But one thing that I've always said is missing, and it's really bothered me. Has anybody ever approached you guys on what's called VICAP? Have you ever heard that word VICAP? Or it's basically a history of the victims to everything of where they shop. If they order pizza, where they order pizza. Has anybody ever approached you in this investigation to try to?
Closest we got to they were scared once I hired a lawyer. They just stopped talking to me. And my lawyer said they'll answer questions, but to the point of they're not going to be witnesses, because they didn't want the gag order to fall over. I told my lawyer, I want the ability to speak on behalf of my child. If anything comes to the point where they're going to put a gag on me, then they can't talk to me. And I had nothing to hide. Yep. It was just, you're not.
Yep.
They said for months and years that they talked to investigators every single day.
I know. The bike cap should have been something that was involved from day one, but it is what it is.
I want to say this. Listen, if Cy-Ray is accurate in his estimations, I mean, everything is I believe or I feel. So keep that in mind. I don't believe in data.
Right.
I need to see the data and I think about it, right? Thinking requires evidence. There is none that he's supporting in his statements. However, if his evidence shows Bryan Kohberger committed the crime, I'm not upset with that. If that kid committed the crime, he belongs in prison, maybe even the death penalty without any objection from me.
I can agree.
So my objection is the professional standards that he just violates every single ethic in the world. For what? He's not trying to keep Bryan in jail because he'll also tell you at the same time that the state violated his constitutional freedoms.
Yep.
Right? And that the case is all, and that's what he's trying to show. I'm smarter than all of those people, from Judge Hitler all the way down to the mosquito in the room. This is what this guy's doing. He's out there stroking himself in public.
Yes.
And the bottom line is, if this stuff is true, then I don't want to hear it from you. I want to see the data. Fair enough?
That's a fact. Yes, sir.
You're going to be a scumbag. You better come with scumbag tools and show us.
That's what I mean. Like you said, I believe, I think, I can, you know, those words, those aren't good words.
And I rail against that idea of believing in data. You can't believe Kohberger's innocent or guilty. You can only accept the data as given and make up your mind, but then be willing to change your mind if new data is confirmed, right? That's thinking. But believing Kohberger to your last breath that he didn't do it means you're not going to accept any contradictive information. Therefore, you're not thinking. And this guy, look, I don't like what he's doing at all. And I think really ethically, he should be barred from any interaction within law enforcement or right. Sorry for talking so long.
No, don't apologize. That's why you're here. And I agree with you. Here's the thing. It's very convenient that none of this was spoken about until Bryan filed for this. Okay? That's very convenient. Think about it, guys. And he doesn't have a leg to stand on here. Like Sarge said, I believe that this is what it's going to show. I do believe this is how this looks. I think this is what it means. Stop talking about it until you can. He shouldn't be saying any of this. Like, stop talking about it unless you're going to show it. That's all I'm saying. This should be shown in a court of law, not on TV. Hitler might, yeah, agreed because of this. Good point, Kathy. Good point. On we go.
Going to control me like an asset. I'm going to speak on my daughter's behalf, or I'm going to jail, one or the other. So, yeah, we never got there. We got to the passwords. We got to usernames. They hit Olivia up. Olivia got into the cloud ID. Like, Olivia hacked. It's fake. Like, we know the passwords.
I knew my sister's password on her Apple device, but it was two-factor authentication. So it would send a code to her device, and they wouldn't. And still to this day, they've not handed over her phone because they say that they can't get into it. But regarding VICAP, and I apologize if I got that wrong, no, we've never ever heard that. We've never been familiar with that at all.
You would remember it's about almost 300 questions, and it's a deep dive in any information. And this has nothing to do with the gag order. There's no reason they wouldn't do that. The reason I'm asking is there's certain things that would come out in their normal pattern. Like, hey, if they ran to the convenience store, what convenience store would they run to? Is it kind of if they met friends or everybody was going, is there a place that they would converge? And we're getting back into the reliability of the GPS. So I don't want to get too far out of breath saying I know this happened, but there are multiple times that the device, Kohberger's device, is in the area of the house, and then it moves to the parking lot of that A&W root beer. At the same time, multiple residents of the house go to the A&W root beer. So there's times where I can actually see and that to me, that's what we call a collision. It's one thing to have devices in a general area, but when we see the two devices track together to a point and then track back, that's incredibly telling. So, the idea that nobody has come back to you guys and said, hey, let's talk about the A&W or some of the other friends it's just mind-blowing. So I can't agree with you enough. It needs to be changed. That's why I took this case. I'm hoping in any pain and trauma that I've caused you guys, I can't apologize enough.
Shut up. Why did none of this come out from the prosecution about A&W or any of that? None of it was ever spoken about.
Where was his big heart for the victims when he discovered this information, but remained with the defense to defend Bryan Kohberger, that he joined free? He had no obligation to stay.
You are correct, sir. This is a joke.
My God, what a slimy scumbag this guy is.
Oh, he so is.
Sluther.
Serious
Use your word, Sluther.
and condolences on this thing. I couldn't imagine being in your guys' situation, having to go through this. And now it obviously coming full circle back. But at the same time, when I first looked at this case, my initial thought was this can never be the standard investigation that we see on cases like this. This can never be acceptable. Bryan and I were talking before you guys jumped on. After the plea deal, I actually, and against the defense, Ann was incredibly upset with me for doing this. But I've created a 1 day debrief that I've been going around the country for free, providing to law enforcement. And for you guys, hopefully this helps a little bit. We've had an incredible response from law enforcement. The service you guys got on this case, the average law enforcement agency is appalled by. Since November, when I started teaching this course, we've had 300 agencies throughout the United States attended. So it's resonating. We're getting a lot of endorsement of, yes, we need to change these things. But it's really interesting to look at that, just how much fell through the cracks on this case.
So I have a quick question, and I hope that it comes across the right way. So my question is separating the murders and the burglary from the stalking. And as we know, the state never picked up stalking charges, but the FBI currently still has an active investigation. Do you think that some of those things were not picked up by the state because of this separation? Or do you think that this would have been something that would not have driven a charge, or would not have been evidence of a charge that they were not actively pursuing?
I am guessing, this is my opinion of it, things that I've seen. I'm happy sharing this opinion to whoever, but there's a lot that needs to be filled in for it to land where I say 100% this is what's happening. I'm about 90% here. They back themselves into a corner, into a no-win situation, because the problem the FBI has with stalking right now is they cannot prove stalking in the work product that they do. It'll never hold up in court. In fact, I don't think a federal prosecutor would even take the case. So that's why we haven't seen the FBI proceed with that. Does the FBI have information right now, or potentially the ability to go get information to prove that case? 100%. But their problem that they have—
tell me what that would be?
Well, it'd be that mobile advertiser ID. It would be mapping all of the AT&T records and looking at the pattern of life of Bryan over 6 months, where we see these routine travel patterns. We can see where he's going, what he's doing, how long he's stagnating there. Understanding pattern of life is everything for this case. The problem the FBI has is, to make that stalking case, they're going to have to disclose or discover new evidence that never came out from the state of Idaho. And now you have these competing cases where you have a case that allegedly went through the entire process of discovery and never produced the evidence that's needed. And now for a federal case to all of a sudden say, oh, by the way, here's this other evidence, they've painted themselves into a corner that they can't explain.
No, I get it.
I feel like there's two discoveries, because I've actually heard almost everything that you've said already, that he was in that house, even waited in certain locations for like extended periods of time of no movement. This wasn't the only house that he stalked. There was like a loop that he was following, and there was a couple other places that he basically stood still for a certain amount of time. Just telltale signs that this person wasn't shopping, and they cross-correlated to bank records and the ATMs and all that stuff. They had some stuff, the basic old school investigations they had down, but the technical was almost like they outsourced it to the FBI. And then when the FBI were like, we're not so sure that our discovery is your discovery, or our investigation is your investigation, that there was these huge gaps in it. And when they went to go to make a case, it wasn't so clear. So as a father, I'm like, I'll fill in the gaps if I can, especially when it comes to technology. And it was an eye opener. It was so frustrating to sit there with a guy who looks like Santa Claus, who has his consciousness, his short-term memory on a piece of paper, and has no clue about technology, never will. And there's 4 lives in the bounce. 100%. It's just scary.
I couldn't agree with you more. And, this is a big problem with the FBI. The FBI has a habit of coming in on these cases And where the problem happens is the FBI has access to things they can't get into court properly. They can't lay the foundation the way that state courts require, but they still proceed. The IGG, I will tell you, the investigative genetic genealogy on this case is overlooked at how impactful it was. As soon as they made the decision to go with investigative genetic genealogy, this case was doomed from an ethical perspective because they had to go outside of policy. They had to hide things. And now once they got the hit, you can see it clear as day. The rest of the investigation is how do we hide the IGG? Because we don't ever want to talk about the way that for me as an old school investigator that drives me crazy is Bryan Kohberger's vehicle and his name are sitting in a report that entire time. All they had to do is follow up and get a sample of his DNA. If they would have done that and stopped trying to rely or over rely on this technology of the IGG produced, I think this is a completely different case. But they crossed the line with IGG. They knew they crossed the line, and everything we see after that is nothing more than a smokescreen trying to hide what actually happened to identify him.
I'll go a step further and be careful with this. I wish my lawyer was here. The IGG was done in a scripted fashion of it works. We know how it does. They told me, the people that I've been around said, if we get it tossed out, it led to the dad. It never led to BK. And that's by design. It never goes to him. It goes to his father in the trash, established the law, and then we got a warrant and we got the cheek swab. We got it down. IGG is not going to ever be in court because it's a tip and this is established standard, and we're not going to let a little podunk Moscow make court law or state law or any kind of law. This is never going to get into a courtroom because we have these established practices, and that is what it is. And, if you call a tip on a black SUV that you've seen that has some kind of explosives in it and something, and you want to give that tip, well, that doesn't go into court either. So I get where they're going with it and the greater good. I'm just a dad trying to make sure that my daughter in the system gets better, but I do see some red flags, and I know we had the right guy, and we just made it all difficult for everyone. We just made it so difficult for everyone because nobody knew what they were doing.
Yeah, and go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think it's difficult for people to grasp that we can stand behind his guilt, but not understand or agree with everything that the prosecution and state did.
Right.
And it makes it difficult for us to be put in a position where we are having to defend the state's case that we don't fully understand. And there's a lot of missing pieces for us. And that's the only way that we can justify his guilt. So it puts us in a difficult position of being like, man, you guys are really making us fight for your work that you did, that you yourself won't stand behind. That's a conversation that we have a lot as a family.
Yeah, I can imagine. And, Steve, with what you said, and I hate to put it in these terms, but it summarizes exactly what you said. The end result justifies the means, right? It doesn't matter how we get to him through IGG because we have all of these bailout plans that we feel we can protect ourselves. Anytime law enforcement takes the idea or the process or the methodology that the end result can justify the means, we're in trouble. Because what happened with that is they created the situation, they realized how impactful it was now, and now the next 4 months of investigation is nothing more than trying to hide what they did at the beginning. And that's why we see the phone records were never analyzed, because they didn't need the phone records. The phone records for AT&T were nothing more than a smokescreen so that they could say, oh, look, we got this tip, we followed up on the phone, we found this, and oh, that led us over here. The phone records were never gathered as a true investigative tool because they already have the narrative written. And whatever aligned with that narrative because of IGG, they brought in, and anything that contradicted that narrative, they eliminated. A really good point on this is
Can you stop for a second?
Search warrant.
Absolutely.
He's making the best case that all evidence collected and introduced that resulted in a plea deal is now disqualified from any court proceeding.
Right.
I don't care if the FBI picks this up. I don't care if, I don't know, some biblical person mysteriously comes to life. This will not be allowed. If what he's saying is accurate, this is worse than anything he said about Bryan being guilty.
Yes, sir.
It's way worse. I mean, so now the knife sheet's no good. The DNA is no good. And no matter what your phone data may or may not show, it means absolutely nothing. I mean, because at that point, Bryan, I was there to buy drugs and I didn't want to share it publicly. Now that explains his presence now. It's all over.
They're creating their defense against Bryan now, is what they're doing. That's
no. They're creating the capacity for Bryan to walk.
Right.
I mean, this guy's admitting to the horseshit that we were pointing out the whole time. And we didn't even have any access to the defense team. We could just see it because we're not stupid. Man, this guy. So look, my opinion on him is he has no ethics and he has no moral compass. He's all about himself. But in the same time, he's trying to reassure Steve and the daughter they got the right guy. He's also telling them basically to their face, there's a high probability that none of this evidence is valid.
Exactly.
Right. Damn.
Why are they trying so hard to prevent Kohberger versus Idaho from it? That's a great question, I think because they're afraid of certain truths that are going to be exposed, Kathy. That's my opinion. I absolutely feel that. There's going to be certain things that are going to be exposed in this if this goes to trial. And it just can't happen. It can't happen. And that's why I think this is happening. There's going to be more of this. Way worse, I think, too. Coming down the pike with this. Sorry, Sweet Pea. What'd you say, hon?
Oh, no, you're fine. I was just going to say I agree, like, with Sarge, because this is so unethical. This guy is... Yeah. Sai is just absolutely a disgrace. Like, I can't believe he's even doing this interview. It's unethical. I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous. And
look at. I think Enton is even confused as to how this is happening. Look at his face. The whole time he's got this same stupid face.
I know he looks like he's got a fart or something.
Right. I mean, I'm telling you, it's like he's like, what is going on? How is this happening? And you got to look at the timing. We cannot ignore the timing of this. Okay, timing is everything. I've been saying that for years. But the timing of this specific situation happening today here in front of us. It's every day we're having this now, okay? And as soon as Bryan filed this PCR, whoosh, here we go.
This video alone fills Bryan's, whatever you call he's doing right now. I'm lost.
Post-conviction relief.
Right. Yeah. It fills that folder that's going to be submitted to the judge with everything he's pointing out.
Exactly.
I hope that Bryan, hears this.
Take this into account, guys. Sweet Pea, I'm sorry to interrupt you, hon. I didn't mean to. But with what Sarge said, I wanted to add to that. Something we need to understand, too. This is good in a big way because remember one thing. Judge Stephen Hippler hates this guy, okay? And vice versa. So at some point, I have a tendency to believe, I think we talked about this yesterday. Kathy was involved in that conversation as well. I wouldn't doubt if Hippler sees this and throws the whole fucking case out. I would not doubt that at this point. Now,
he needs to go after the prosecution team.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
I mean, that's where the actual case is going to be listed. Now, I don't want to see Bryan go free without a trial. Understand that, okay? I do not want to see him go free without a trial. That is all I've asked for 4 years going on now is a fucking trial. We all need to see a trial.
If he could get over this hoop, right? If he could get through this little barrier, then you're going to see it go to trial. And the case that was presented that he pled to is no longer going to be possible.
Right.
I don't care what the FBI, right? I mean, what are you going to go? No more DNA, no more knife sheath, right?
It's all gone.
They also believe that these things are real, though. That's my thing. So they're going to continue to try to push this shit either way. I believe, because they're still doing it.
You see what Sai's doing, okay?
Yeah.
He's gaslighting the Goncalves family like you wouldn't believe right now.
I don't. And what is he doing, though? Do you guys have like a theory about why he would now hook up with them, like instead? I mean, I know he obviously.
Did you hear him say, "I'm so sorry for what I may have put you through"? Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. And what is like?
This is guilt, okay? Not guilt, but I think somebody said something to him and said, you need to get on the right side of this if you're going to sell this program, blah 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 blah, and support law enforcement, support this, and support everything that you're trying to sell to for him to make his money. It's all about filling his pockets and him. He's one of the most selfish people I've ever seen in my life at this point. But he's kissing their ass. He's buddying up to them and apologizing and all this shit. He's gaslighting the shit out of them right now. It's disgusting.
I suppose that he's not doing that at all. I suppose what he's doing is he's trying to save himself for being the leaker.
Well, I mean, that could be too. I mean,
that's why he's trying to suck the butthole of the cops that he did it.
That could be. That's a good point, Sarge. I wouldn't think it. I never wouldn't have thought of it that way.
And then he's disparaging the people that might have some legal action against him.
He's definitely covering his ass for one reason or another. That's 100% what he's doing. But what's the exact reason is, I think, what we can't pinpoint. Sarge could be right. I could be right. Go ahead, Dylan. I know you're getting ready to say something.
I was just going to say, I know we make fun of Bryan and Enton a lot, but he's been doing this for a while. Mm-hmm. He understands exactly what's going on. And I've seen that look many a times. He is subconsciously coming to that conclusion of, oh my God, I got bamboozled. This guy's full of shit.
I mean, it could be. I mean, he does have that look.
For Steve, look, at the first interview, I feel sorry for Steve G.
I actually do too, to be honest with you, because they're being 1,000,000% gaslit right now. Absolutely gaslit. And this is all so that he can put himself back in a good light in his mind.
Well, and Steve G's not stupid. He hears what this guy's saying. Look at his poor expression. This guy knows what Cy is saying. He's saying, look, the kid did it, but this case is so bad and so improperly done and so that this kid's got a shot. He's not saying that, but that's what he's saying.
That's how he's putting it out there.
I feel bad as hell. Now, if Kohberger did do this, it's even worse for Steve G.
Of course.
That guy might snap.
I just don't think that they think that he did that. I think they believe that Bryan did it. I really do. And I think Bryan Enton's here to, he's mad because this was his entire career is based on, is this case. So this to me seems like a hit piece because he's upset and he wants to, and now the fact that Cy wants to hook up with him, this is the ammunition that he wanted to go after Bryan. That's what I think.
Well, yeah, think about if he just like the Chapins did with Othram, if Cy can connect himself to, Murder Has a Name and this family here, oh, that's going to blow him up so big, and that's 100% what it looks like he's doing. So, but that is a good point you guys are making about him possibly being the leak. That is interesting. I'll say that much. So, on we go.
Wasn't Cy Ray the first one to kind of point the finger towards Turvia being the leak?
I
think
kind
of a little bit.
Or I think maybe he doesn't want to be called as a witness, maybe. Or not a witness, as an expert again. I don't know, because obviously he's switched, fully. He's not even going by his own report anymore. He's gone rogue.
Nobody's going to take him on as an expert. Not in this case.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he's doing that on purpose so he doesn't have to go to do this trial with Bryan. I don't know.
It's possible. It is possible.
Well, I don't know if you saw the post that was on Pavarotti's feed with Cy Ray. I'll send you the link to it in the back chat.
Okay.
Is it the things he did wrong as a police officer? Because I showed that in the beginning.
Okay. Yeah. With the whole.
Oh yeah, he's done some shit for sure.
Oh, about his shady past. Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. We did go over that.
Yeah, he's not Mr. Prim and Proper by any means whatsoever. So I got it.
Yeah, I did not know any of that. So that just adds to the.
Yeah, no, that's one thing I will say that Bibby the Putz put out there that I have to agree she was right on. So.
To Bryan driving east.
Moto wants to say something.
Everything.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Moto. I didn't see you, bud.
It's all good. Hey, listen, so essentially, why would anybody listen to Sarah anyways? He talks on both sides of his mouth.
Well, at this point,
says one thing, he talks about another thing. So, who's gonna have who would want to have him up on that as an expert? I don't think anybody would. All I think he's doing right now is causing more damage for himself personally.
I hope.
Then it's work.
Unless he's realizing that his career is going to be over if he does not get back on this prosecution side, and this was a big mistake. He shouldn't have,
I mean, he's essentially taken his credibility and just tossed it right out the window.
I hope
no remorse.
And I think he might be trying to. I did, Sarge, and I think he might be trying to save his ass, but you're too late, bud. You're done now. So.
Yeah, I think you. Yeah.
All right, I rewound it just about 10 seconds or so. So here we go.
But it summarizes exactly what you said. The end result justifies the means, right? It doesn't matter how we get to him through IGG because we have all of these bailout plans that we feel we can protect ourselves. Anytime law enforcement takes the idea or the process or the methodology that the end result can justify the means, we're in trouble. Because what happened with that is they created the situation, they realized how impactful it was now. And now the next 4 months of investigation is nothing more than trying to hide what they did at the beginning. And that's why we see the phone records were never analyzed because they didn't need the phone records. The phone records for AT&T were nothing more than a smokescreen so that they could say, oh, look, we got this tip. We followed up on the phone. We found this. And oh, that led us over here. The phone records were never gathered as a true investigative tool because they already have the narrative written. And whatever aligned with that narrative because of IGG, they brought in, and anything that contradicted that narrative, they eliminated. A really good point on this is they committed in the first search warrant to Bryan driving east on 270. Everything, and it repeats itself, on 50 different search warrants that he traveled east on 270. Bryan Kohberger was never on Highway 270 that night, ever. He took a route north of the airport. He actually crossed 95 north of Moscow, and then he dropped back down south on the east side of Moscow. And that's why he ends up on Indian Hills, is he actually came from the east. And he did that because he's smart enough to know about the cameras. What drove me crazy in this case is when you see him go back. And by the way, the reason he went south is he panicked. Dylan saw him. He saw Dylan. Reasonable minds would say 911 is being called. And you can see in the video when he leaves, he's leaving in a hurry. If he drives back that same route, he's driving towards where Moscow PD is responding from. He's going to go right back towards the police department. So he has to go down south. When you look at 6 months worth of his records, he doesn't have activity down south. He doesn't know 95 south of Moscow. So he gets about 12, 13 miles outside of Moscow. He pulls over. There's a good gap there, which has always been a concern to me, where he sits there for probably 10 minutes. He powers his phone back on. He goes into navigation mode, and we see the route back.
It's crazy dark too. So the audience might not know what it's like out here in Idaho. You get out in that farm community, there's no lights. We don't have street. It's dark as anything. Your headlights are all you have and high grass. So it gets. If you're not prepared for that, you're not going to be able to figure out where you're going. And without a phone, if that's your primary source of navigation, you're driving around like an idiot, for a certain amount of time.
Well, then, like I said, we've got 6 months of records. I've got a mapping system. I can put everything in there and hit a play button, and I can watch his phone for.
Yep.
Dylan never said that he ran out. Every time when she said that she saw him leave, he was walking out.
Right.
So it wouldn't make sense for him to just calmly walk to the car and then speed off like he's about ready to start.
She did say when asked, why do you think he didn't hurt you? She said he may have known me.
Yes, I think he was protecting me.
Let me say something else. This was on Lana's show years ago. There was a search warrant for Bethany and Dylan, or Bethany and Kaylee, or there was a search warrant for phone records back to July specifically.
Right.
For two of the victims. Right. And it was speculated at that time that there may have been a connection between them and the killer, or a plan. People were thinking maybe a plan because these people survived.
Yes.
I'm not mistaken. But it's interesting when you look at some of the things that were spread across the community, but actual facts, like Dylan stated, he may have known me or was protecting me. Because that's the question that ultimately has to be asked. If you're going to argue Xana was a potential witness to a masked man that then slaughtered her and Ethan, why would he give Dylan a pass?
Thank you.
The only argument is that she must have known the killer. We've all come to that understanding, right? And so if this guy's proven that Bryan was involved, well, he's also kind of suggesting Dylan was involved, in my opinion.
Agreed. And the only person I think that can get a pass on that and only because of where her location was, could be Bethany because she was down in that basement, in that back room, and it may not have even been known that she was there, and that's the only reason why that I think she was let go. But Dylan herself was right there.
Yeah,
so that's a good point.
Or Dylan went downstairs to keep her there while everybody else was doing things like cleaning too. It could be that.
Sure. Absolutely.
6 months going around the map. What you see that morning of him coming back to Pullman, you never see in the prior 5 months of records. That's the first time he's ever done that route. And then within 48 hours, he's doing the exact same route again. And that's the last time you'll see him do that. You give me the latest of late jurors.
I'm sorry?
That's not what his report says. His report
Not
says,
at all.
I mean, literally everything he says goes against his report.
100%.
That's not what it says at all.
Everything he said in the past couple of days has completely contradicted his report completely.
That is sick.
I can connect the dots there to have them see exactly what's happening. And right after he completes that route, he goes down to Lewiston, right down to the Snake River. He's there for less than a minute or two, and then he's right back to Pullman. Like, what's happening? Of course we know what's happening. I'm with you guys on the frustration. My apologies. Like, you guys should never have been in that situation. This is an FBI issue, and I'll frame this piece. I don't put this out publicly very often. When the plea deal was reached, I contacted the FBI CAS team, and I actually told them, hey, I did a lot of the investigation here. I know what the cross-examination that you guys were going to be subjected to looks like. You'd name your place. I'll fly to you anywhere in the country, and I will give you the full debrief of what I saw on my side and how we could get better. They never returned my call. So, even...
Well, let me point something out here real quick that was just thrown in the chat, too. Bryan showed up in Pullman at the end of June. Okay? That's when he got here. So there wasn't that much time for him to create, I guess, a certain pattern of behavior. And I want to see all of that now. I want to see everything Bryan Kohberger did from the end of June to the point when this happened. That's all. The only thing I'm saying, and I want to point that out. It's not like he lived here for a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever. He was literally here for like 5 months max. So that's another thing I think that needs to be seen, based on this bullshit he's spewing. So that's all.
Didn't Cy Ray even say like he needs a minimum of 6 months for a pattern of life?
I believe, which is what he's saying here in some aspects, but I guess July, August, September, October. It's 5 months, okay? 5 full months. Not even. 4.5. Either way. Just the point I'm making.
I got a question, though. Even if his pattern of life is on the cell phone records, whatever may have you, even if it shows that he's within the residence of about 100 meters, so 333 feet, that would still bring him down to the end of the street. Right, that doesn't necessarily mean he was stalking that house. So it's a bunch of nothing. It's a big bunch of fucking nothing. If they don't have his cell phone at the house that night, and if they can't prove anything about his pattern of life, that doesn't make him guilty. That makes him innocent.
I agree with that.
But whatever.
He could have been driving down a road that went past their house, like within that amount of distance, passing by. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. 333 feet. That's quite a way.
That's not in the house, like he's saying.
That's like putting him like on that street in front of the band.
On Walenta, maybe behind the house, driving down, heading up into right.
So if he's driving past, like just not necessarily turning down King.
So I really thought that one document. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought it said that he was within 100 meters. He was within the 100 meter radius of the household. So if there's a 100 meter radius around the household, and they can detect him and put him in a position that's 100 meters away from himself. So really, that's almost like, well, he could actually really be 200 meters the closest he may have been is only 200 meters from the house, not 100 or 50.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he says 7. And then did you notice that he says it's in 75 feet? I'm like, no, you said it was 100. We all remember 100.
Right.
Why are you saying, like, you're just
100 meters is 300 and some odd feet, right?
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. So, and he said it was even less than that just in this interview. He was already downplaying it.
Well, how does he know? He doesn't have the records.
Right. Apparently he says that that's a part of his pattern.
But he doesn't have a pattern because
right.
he doesn't have a pattern because he doesn't have apparently the stuff that he needs to make the pattern. So what's he talking about?
Exactly. This is why this is all coming out. That's why we're wondering where this is coming from. Like, this is not what he said at all.
No, it's a junk ass narrative.
I agree.
Reaching out saying, I'll give you as much insight from the defense perspective of this to be better prepared next time. They're just not interested. And the other thing that I will tell you guys just drove me crazy. Now that my report's out, your guys' last name is all over that report because I did an inventory. I put in, hey, here's what the phones were provided. And then I listed the phones by last names. The only last names in my report that were redacted are the FBI agents that worked on this case. So all of the victims' last names are in this report that went out to the public with the last 4 digits of their phone, but the FBI agents get their last name redacted? Like, what is that? That is insane.
It's been happening a lot. It's really...
He is so kissing their ass. This is a joke.
This is sick. He is.
This is really a joke. God, I hope nobody has any matches around this guy because he is gaslighting like I've never seen before. This is sad. You are such a bitch ass.
He is. What a little bitch.
If you off record, if you ever want to know about some of the worst, we'll let you know, but I won't propagate them here publicly.
I just want to go back for a second to something you said, Sai. So with the A&W, which is that gas station right down the road from the house. So you're saying you mapped his phone and also, was it the victim's phones at the same time there?
Correct. And there's movement where they're all in the area of the house before that. And then we see it pop up over by the A&W, but they're together. They're at least mapping, and they're mapping not the exact same lat longs. They're just slightly off, but they're.
I want to see it. I don't believe you at this point. I want to fucking see it.
And I wanted to tell you guys, if you didn't, I noticed on Jules, I watched her for a little bit, and she pulled up on Google Earth the A&W that she's talking about.
Oh, I'm gonna do that too.
And yeah, but on there, they've changed the picture, so it looks like there was just an A&W.
Right.
But it was in reality an A&W and a gas station. So they manipulated the Google Earth again.
Well, that's where the Sunmart is.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one. And in the picture on Google Earth, now if you pull it up, like to be in their parking lot, it doesn't show that that's there. It just shows the A&W. It's bizarre, and it goes with his story.
Oh my God.
I know. It's freaking me out. I just thought I would tell you all that.
Can I ask this question?
Yes, sir.
I know Twiz isn't here, but this is something I think I have to ask Twiz. If this guy's so concerned that the ends justify the means shouldn't be the policy of how things work, and I agree with that, then why is he doing any different? Why is what he doing any different? I mean, he's going to sit up here and tell us that the police should not work under that kind of a guideline. The ends justify the means. And here he is doing the exact same thing. Why? Because he's from the class that the corruption is so systemically ingrained in these idiots.
Right.
Law enforcement that he can't even see he's doing even worse than what possibly the prosecution did, if not equal to, by making these arguments.
You don't think he knows what he's doing, though, Sarge?
No. Nope, it's normal. It's kind of like when you get up and you go to the bathroom. You don't even think twice about it. No, he doesn't. No to a lot of your... That's the problem in America with our corrupt systems. Right. It's not the system that's bad. It's the people working the system that are bad. Idiots like this. Well, they just should be in law enforcement. They just should be nowhere near a court of law or a badge or a gun.
It's funny you say that because one of the things he said, what that was wrong with this case, out of his own mouth, was that this was systemic failure. And I went fucking crazy, and I was like, a system that's run by the people that make choices to do the things they're doing, which you're a part of, and you're doing the same shit right here.
Right. I know. They don't see it in themselves. You understand? Look, I have a lot of friends, and some of them are criminals, and they see the world the way they see the world. It's nothing like you or I see the world.
Right.
So to them, it's nothing wrong with what they're doing. It's hard to find fault in yourself unless you're willing to sit down and have someone lay it out for you. Right? That's what therapy is for. And this guy apparently needs more therapy on a specialized issue that I don't think he could ever get help for.
No, it definitely sounds like he needs flipping therapy. That's for damn sure. Just to realize who he is. So this is the A&W in Moscow they're talking about. Okay. This is the Sun Mart. It's all still together in here, Sweet Pea. See the gas pumps, and then it shows the Sunset Mart right there.
Oh, that's weird. When Jules came in from the other, like she went down towards the gas station part.
Uh-huh.
Go down there and see if it like goes straight. Yeah. A little more. Now turn around. Oh, it was not. Oh, that's so weird. When she pulled it up, it was not there.
Either way.
That was weird.
Right. But this is where he's trying to claim that their phones converged at some point, which I want to see this. I want to see this, and I want you to show how. I mean, this is so close to where they all live at, okay? Right over here is where Ethan's apartment was, that nobody knew where it was. Also, one of the other people in this case that I've been bringing up recently, Janelle Braun, she lives over in this area too. These people are all super close, guys, no matter what. But this is the Sunset Mart that we saw his car coming by this way on, so on and so forth, all of that.
Bryan could have just been driving down the road then.
That's all it is. That's all it is. 100%.
Again, like I said, it's like, that's ridiculous. Or maybe he needed to get gas. Who knows?
He was just
because they're getting food doesn't mean that. And he said they couldn't even put them like
he lives.
Each other.
He lived in Pullman, which has shit. They have nothing.
Oh yeah, I know.
Nothing there. So everybody that lives there, it's already been proclaimed by many, many people. They come here. Okay, so it's not abnormal for him to travel from there to here.
And let's remember what this kid went to school for: cloud forensics, this type of information. So. Right. I would expect to see someone with his understanding that set cameras up in security system in some girl's apartment at her request. Why didn't he have trackers on these people's cars or in that home if he entered the home?
If he was really stalking, good point.
Right. I mean, if he had an interest in killing these people specifically, or he settled on a bunch of different people, why wasn't there something more electronically? I just don't get it. It doesn't.
Let me ask you one better, Sarge. Why didn't he kill anybody? If Bryan did it, why didn't he kill anybody in Pullman?
Listen, you know what I think? I think Bryan had an opportunity, knew something. This is a crazy idea, but if at the very least, when he wrote that thing about how you feel and how you make decisions, right? I don't know. Like I said, there's 1,000 ways he could have done this or been involved. It's just not the way the cops laid it out. That's the only way he couldn't have done it, based on what they've told us. Right. And they've never shown us any other way that he could have done it either. That's the biggest problem right there. He's telling us that there are other ways they should have used. Well, I don't know how the IGG became. Why didn't they could have thrown that out and still prosecuted him if the info that Cy Ray has is real.
Right.
The IGG was meaningless.
Agreed. I do agree. Sorry, let me get this back over here for you guys. There we go. I just wanted to show you where they were talking about. It's literally right down the road, okay? And all these points converge. This area is so small. I don't think people realize how small this area is. It really is. So, welcome, Sophie. All right, guys, on we go.
They're within meters of each other, which is, for me, that's a tall tale sign that we're getting better accuracy, because sometimes the system will default if there's a problem with the system and everybody will get the same lat long ping for like a 5,000 meter radius, but all of the lat longs are identical. In this case, they're just slightly different. They're just a couple meters apart, and it's a pattern. It happens multiple times. There's also an incident, and it was the second, I'm going to screw these dates up, but I can give them to you guys later if it's important. It was the first weekend after school started, and I believe it was Kaylee and Maddie went to Pullman, and I believe there was some type of a sorority, maybe fraternity party, and it's in the apartment complex right next to Bryan Kohberger's apartment. And at one point, Bryan Kohberger's phone moves over to that apartment complex as well, and that's rare. He doesn't typically hang out in that complex, but this is all the way going back in August, that first weekend after school.
Stop right there. Stop.
Didn't I just say that there was something that Lana pointed out about that particular going back into the phones to see if there was a connection.
Right. And it's Red Payne and Gilbertson both said no matter how hard they tried, and they said they had multiple agencies that looked into this, nobody could find a connection of sorts. So how does this guy do this when nobody else could do it? Homeland Security, the Secret Service, all of these agencies were involved, and none of them could figure this out, but Cy Ray could. Come on.
I think I'm not going to discount what the guy's saying because we don't have facts to discount it. We got.
Well, I just want to. All I'm saying is I want to see it, Sarge. That's all.
But that does coincide with what I had said before that even.
No, I know
what Lana said about a warrant on two of the victims.
Right.
Somewhere in late July or something, they were looking for their phone location data, and that's consistent with the statements he's making now. There's at least that.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed. I just want him to show it. That's all. Very good point.
Started, the phones intersect in Pullman.
Yeah, the prosecution was doing the exact same thing. They were trying to take his phone activity and cross-correlate it with the other people in the family. They wanted to know who was in the house at a certain time because they wanted to plan the route to who was in there because they were trying to figure out who was the after. And Olivia could tell you the exact day that Kaylee moved in there. I think you said it was like May.
Yeah, into the King Road house. She did move in May.
Yeah, so other people speculated there was no one in the house or only Maddie was in the house. We've never tried to play the blame game. We don't care about that. Who's to blame is BK, and we're holding him accountable. None of the victims. Like another thing I appreciate you saying is no cleanup. We've really chased that down because I mean they're literally driving these young girls to the point of they don't have a life anymore. So you're not true crime anymore. You're speculation, Hollywood fan fiction crap. And I would love for true crime to get back on focus and say, how do we make the world a better place? How do we make sure that people are coming together to actually have less murders in mass?
What the fuck do you think we're trying to do when we do this? Jesus Christ.
I think, though, he's missing a key point, at least for me. There's nothing I could do to change what happened. These young people, unfortunately, are gone.
Right.
And if Bryan did it, then shoot him. If Bryan did it, but you lied to get him in jail, release him. Because to me, what matters more than anything is the process. This is a nation of freedom. And if you can't do your job properly, don't let me order a hamburger and you bring out dog chow. I'm not paying for it.
We have the Constitution for a reason.
And that's all. If the police didn't do what they did, we wouldn't be here, Steve. I mean, let's put the blame at the feet of the people, not the people that are curious as to why your claims this guy was doing something and that's a lie. Why did you lie and use the FBI and go in the back door and then try to sneak and hide it?
Yes.
These are the problems that we're concerned with. Not if Bryan did it, shoot him. If Bryan didn't do him, let it go. But in the end, it appears like what I said years ago. This kid most likely did it. He's going to end up getting set free because of the way they handled this case. That's our problem, Steve. It's not that we want this drama, or we're not trying to play Hollywood, but you don't put people in jail because you do your job wrong. The problem comes from people like Cy Ray. They need to be retrained, not us.
Big time.
Right? Yeah,
big time. I agree.
Come on. It's like a guy puts a roof on and every house he touches leaks when he's done.
Right.
Putting on roofs. Right?
Yes.
He's in the wrong trade. Go butter bread or something, dude. Get out of the roofing trade.
Yeah, he's definitely not doing what he's supposed to be doing. That's for damn sure.
Murders every single year. That's something we should work towards. Not this fan fiction stuff. I mean, so that's part of the reason why we're here today. This is why we've been so dedicated. That's why we made a charity. This is why we have Murder Has a Name. We're We're doing everything in these girls and these victims' names, Ethan as well, and make sure that the world's a better place. Really, it's just the world's a better place when this is said and done.
Yeah.
You said no cleanup, Cy. I mean, right? That you
There's
think
he was in and out. We're talking minutes. And, there was, I'm limited on some of this information. There were some reenactments that I know were done. And the reenactments, this crime could clearly be carried out by a single individual, and it's 5 to 6 minutes. And if push ever came to shove and that had to be proven in court, I know there's video out there of the reenactments. Like, there is no doubt that this is a single offense.
Once again, he's wrong. Welcome, Realize. But once again, he's wrong because within the reenactments, they do not reenact the defense, the dancing around that Xana does and fighting back to defend herself. None of that stuff is added to that. So 5 to 6 minutes, my ass. I'm sorry. That's bullshit.
But on that point, I think what you guys are hitting at, it's frustrating to see is, Turvey wants to say that there's cleanup because of things that are absent. Basically there's things that aren't in a bathroom, therefore it's indicative of cleanup. There's no evidence of what that bathroom looked like before.
And that is the only thing that Cy can talk about with this. When he refers to Turvey and the cleanup talk, it was just about that fucking bathroom downstairs. That's not the only issue there is.
No, that somebody bathed themselves in blood and walked through a home and didn't leave a drop on the floor.
There you go.
I don't care if he was naked. That's not possible with the amount of bloodletting on 4 victims on 2 different stories. And you had to pass through the same area twice, let's be clear. And the second time you went through, it was after a dragged out battle with poor Xana.
Thank you.
And somehow you could just take off your shoes and you wouldn't leave footprints. This is that guy. This guy needs a slap for that. What about all the blood in the guy's hair or on his mask or on his sleeves or on his arms?
Absolutely.
That doesn't drip. And then the state argues he did it naked. That would make the drips 1,000 times worse.
Worse.
And then you have no absorbent material between you and the blood splatter.
If there's no cleanup, Chris Wickham pointed out that there's blood on both sides of the wall going down the hallway into Xana's room. It goes all the way down to the baseboard, Sarge, and not a drop of it's on the floor. I'm sorry, but that's bullshit. That's not possible.
How about the blood that a lot of viewers think that the diluted blood shows cleanup, but that's not proof of a cleanup of the home. That's a proof of the cleanup of the perpetrator or the weapon.
Sure.
And that cast off hit that wall diluted. That didn't get diluted once it hit the wall. Let's be clear. That wasn't pure blood that hit the wall and ran down it. It was diluted blood that hit the wall, which tells you cleanup occurred. Okay.
Which is the only thing that explains no blood transfer between victims from top to bottom floor. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
This guy needs a good slap. I'm getting stressed. I'm going to have to chill for a minute.
He's just ridiculous. It's absolute bullshit. That's all he talks about is that one statement that Turvey brought up. That's bullshit. There was many more issues.
Oh yeah, and you know what too? I mean, wasn't it mentioned, very early on that, the cops and on the scene also they had never seen so much blood before, and I mean, they're talking about like we should be seeing we're had so much more of an expectation in regards to seeing that, and so yeah, I absolutely believe 110% there was a cleanup.
No, 100%. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
The latent print indicates cleanup. That in and of itself,
without a doubt,
cleanup of the floor, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
What I'm saying is the dripping of the blood would have been on the floor. It wouldn't have been big puddles of blood. But try getting out of your shower and walking through your house and not dripping water behind you. It's just not possible.
It's not at all. There was the latent print. There were latent dog prints. There was latent fingerprints. There was all sorts of things like this. So yes, you are correct.
And then you figure too, you've got assailants, which I believe to be more than one, covered.
Of course.
They're covered in blood, right? Their weapons covered in blood, right? Then you factor in the victims and how they may have moved about the home, and what floors and what that looked like, right?
Yes, ma'am. By the way, I realize if you haven't met Sarge, you're both New Yorkers, I think. So welcome to both
Sarge.
of you.
Nice to meet you. Hi, Sweet Pea.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
On we go.
Oh, Dago, really quick. I wanted to tell you, I remembered, I looked it up with that picture of the Google Earth.
Uh-huh.
So right when you go in, I looked it up. So that was what it was. So they use an old picture now. So it's not the most up to date.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
What anything looks like now. Everything else is up to date besides that.
Gotcha.
So it just
that
looks
makes sense.
shady as shit. Yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Good deal.
After, like, if we start building a case on that type of speculation, Bryan Kohberger's going to walk, right? That's just absurd. And I felt a deep obligation to call Turvey out. And, I'm going to piece something together for you guys. And I've been on the fence if I should voice this, but I think it's the right thing to do. So if I get in trouble later on, so be it. Don't get caught up in what I believe is a very rehearsed scam that is happening right now. If you look at what's happened over the last 3 months, let me help you guys connect some dots. Brett Turvey gets with Whitcomb, who's another idiot. Like, the guy who's never investigated a homicide is going to be the armchair quarterback that's going to change this thing, right? So Turvey and Whitcomb partner up. Turvey becomes very outspoken about this. And what does Ann Taylor do? She publicly reprimands him and issues the cease and desist. If you think about what Turvey's saying Bryan Kohberger is innocent, that this is a big conspiracy, that there's other people. I mean, he goes as far as saying Dylan is potentially how absolutely absurd. Yet Ann Taylor reprimands him from proclaiming BK's innocence. I come out with a book. I go around to law enforcement. Ann knows. I told her I was going to go teach law enforcement. I have been very, very clear. I've always thought Bryan Kohberger is guilty. I think in 10 out of 10 courts in America convict this kid. Every single time we go to court, he gets convicted. The question is, does all the evidence come in because of some of the ways that the evidence was managed, which is a whole different conversation. But I am very outspoken that Bryan Kohberger is the guy. Why hasn't Ann issued a letter to me about breaching my NDA or all this stuff? I will argue any day of the week. What I am saying is way more detrimental to the defense's case than what Brent Turvey said, or Brent Turvey. And she did the one with Turvey. If you guys look at the picture, and here's the critical dates. The Thursday before the plea deal, Ann says in open court, Your Honor, I can't effectively represent my client if I don't get the continuation. So you have the primary attorney on this case saying in open court, it's one of the last statements she made before the plea deal, I cannot effectively represent my client. Those are not small words for an attorney to say in open court. And then
I wouldn't have allowed him.
72 hours later, we have a plea deal. And the way the plea deal came down, the way you guys were notified is disgusting. I've never seen that in 30 years. Like that, there's all kinds of crazy.
Oh my God, he's kissing their ass.
We just learned that his family's there at the plea deal. His family was there. So they learned before we did. That's the disrespect.
What are you getting at, though, Si? If you can just connect the pieces of what you're trying to
Wait
say.
a minute. This guy said he never talked to his own family? Is
That's what they think, that nobody should know anything before them. Bryan's family shouldn't know anything about this. It's disgusting. And he's lying. He's lying.
Over with his family.
Hold on. He's lying because, guys, I showed you the video where Steve was, when he refused to go into the courthouse, right? He was walking back across the street and he was talking to the reporters and he said, we know when they were here. We know when they booked their flights to be here. He knew they were there for the plea talks. So he just fucking lied and said, we just learned about this. You're a liar, bro. I'm not afraid to call you out on it because you just blatantly lied to the whole world. We watched you say what you said, Steve. We know, and he made it sound threatening to Bryan's family. We know when they were here. We knew when you booked your flights. We were paying attention, which is creepy in itself, but he knew. And now he just lied again and said he had no idea. Come on now. That's bullshit.
Ray sounds like he's trying to shovel all the dookie that he's found himself in. That's what it sounds like to me. Damage control. Yeah, that's what we're listening to right now.
Yes, 100% damage control. He's sucking up to them so bad that it's going to take a fucking crane to pull his lips off their asses. It would be interesting to know how involved Cy was with the defense beyond being. I agree with that right now too, 100%, Kathy. Something's wrong here, guys. Something is way wrong with this. Way wrong. I've never seen shit like this in my life.
No,
I know. That's what I was telling Jules. I was talking to her, but that's exactly what I said. I'm like, I've never seen, and I asked her, I'm like, have you ever seen anything like this? She's like, nope.
I have never seen an expert in a case like this have their head shoved so far up inside of a victim's family's ass as this guy is. He's up at, like, he could be doing an intestinal search for them right now. This is disgusting.
Yeah.
Very disgusting.
And he said something that stood out to me, and I know this is, probably stood out to everyone, is that he says, from the beginning, I believed he was guilty. So you're already biased.
Of course.
You're already biased.
From the beginning, I believed he was guilty as I'm working on the defense team for him. That's a problem.
Yeah. Well, apparently he was working for the prosecution, but he just didn't tell us that.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's what it's starting to look like, Sarge, as though he was placed there by the prosecution to work for them on the defense team. It's a joke.
Yeah.
It's almost like he was a plant. I hate saying that, but...
No, it does. I mean, it doesn't make sense because it just doesn't add up. I mean, from where it began and where we are, it doesn't add up. I mean, the logical thing is that, out of his own mouth, I believe he's completely biased. I don't know how someone could be so biased. I get it. He's used to working for prosecution and, in prosecuting cases, not defense, but that should not.
What if Steve Goncalves' private investigator sided with Bryan Kohberger?
That's what I'm saying. Shannon Gray, what if his attorney
I got that idea from Kathy in the chat room.
That's 100% right, though. She's right. Like, what if Shannon Gray would have said, I think Brian's innocent? How would that have looked? You know what I mean?
Exactly. Exactly. When you're a professional like that, you having that kind of bias is, it's not becoming of a professional. And it's also not fair. It's also not legal. I don't think, in some way that's got to have a conflict there.
I agree. This could be illegal. And he's definitely starting to look to me with the things that he's been saying today and yesterday. He's starting to truly look like he could be the leak. I swear to God. I
do have to run. What I'd like to ask you a favor, Dave, before I jump down. Could you give me a link to this video?
Of course I will. Yeah.
On Discord?
I'll send it to you in Discord.
For the other people that are on the panel here with me, I'm sorry if I overspoke or any of that, but that's just my nature.
You're always good, Sarge. You're always good.
I blast off.
Yeah, you're awesome. We appreciate you here.
That's why I want you here.
I'd like to cover this film later tonight, this video.
Yeah.
Join me, Dago.
Okay, boss.
All right, and anyone else that's in here. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Right. Take care, Sarge.
See ya.
Talk to you soon, Sarge.
And I wanted to say just real quick, we have to remember, he didn't say any of this on the custody queens.
Nothing like this. It was completely opposite of all of this.
He stayed away from his report enough, but because he knew that we knew a lot, and now he is just flipped, completely now.
Did you hear what he said, you guys? He said it's an elaborate scam. With Turvey and Whitcomb and all them coming out,
that's like a cheater.
That's a hell of an accusation to make.
It's like somebody a cheater who accuses their spouse of cheating.
Of course.
That's, you know what I mean? You're just projecting.
It's pure gaslighting, period.
Yep.
So 100%. And again, the more I listen to him, the more I listen and think about the things he said. Sarge saying him being the leak makes way more sense now. I mean, it's hard to it's a big reach, but damn, it's really interesting to think of is all I'm saying. On we go.
We have the ineffective counsel claim. We have the plea deal gets worked out within 72 hours. And Taylor stays on as Kohberger's attorney. This last year, she's the only person on the jail logs that was visiting him on a regular basis. He hasn't sought out new counsel. She's very much in his ear on a daily basis. We then see the Turvey Whitcomb book come out where, hey, there's all this conspiracy. Anne has to separate herself from that and says, oh, I don't agree with this. I'm going to reprimand you guys. Don't say these things. And now we see Bryan drop. And I knew the appeal was coming. In my book that I sent to the publisher in February, which is a manual, it's not a Bryan Kohberger tell-all, I put it in the book. The appeal is coming. There's no doubt about it.
You called it before it happened.
And what I'm convinced about is Turvey and Anne are together on this. Turvey and Anne are not at odds. Anne needed some new information because that's the only way an ineffective counsel gets any legs at all. They need something new to get spun up. They need it to be very well known. And now there has to be this separation where Ann is helping Bryan, but not directly involved. And who takes that role is Turby. So Turby comes out, says all this nonsense. Bryan writes his thing. The last missing piece, and mark my words, I think we're going to see it in the next 60 to 90 days. Ann will absolutely fall on her sword for BK. She is a true believer. She believes he's innocent. She has an unhealthy relationship with him. And I think we're going to see Ann come out in the next 60 to 90 days, maybe a little bit longer, depending on the timeline. And she's going to eat the ineffective counsel. She's going to say, he's right. I missed it. I should have known about it. And
big break moment. I just looked at it with a new lens, with this new thing. Yeah. I'm going to go even further. I'm going to let some stuff out of the bag. So I've talked to some authors, and so they actually have footage of BK boxing. He's an amateur boxer.
No, they don't.
They have a whole thing of him in the ring. 3 minutes, 162 punches. 160. That was going to be like, oh, he couldn't do 150 in 12 minutes. Now they have him in 3 minutes throwing blows of 162 times. So there was more than enough time. There was actually more time for you to go in and maneuver and do things, change clothes, whatever you did. There was time there, and they were going to show him physically doing it against another human being that was willing to fight him. And these people are sleeping in bed. They had a really good plan. Some parts they were going to execute really well. Other parts they didn't execute as well. But to anyone who thinks that somebody could go in there, they didn't have enough time, you don't know your facts. They were going to show you to your face.
So you think, Sai, right? I mean, you would know, I guess you were on the inside, that Ann Taylor actually believes he's innocent and has an unhealthy relationship with him?
I am concerned about.
What the fuck kind of question is that?
This is so effed up. And why did he even say that to begin with, though? Why is he saying that there's an unhealthy relationship?
This is weird, y'all. This is getting very, very weird.
Very personal.
All right.
It's their desperate attempt to, cause any damage they can at this juncture.
Yeah, and to
agreed. Welcome, Miss Cassie.
Perpetuate the narrative too.
Absolutely. I mean, you can tell all MSM is on the same page. They're all saying the same thing.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to jump on because I've been speaking. Hey guys, I've been speaking out about him for about a good year and a half.
Oh yeah.
When the alibi defense came out, and I said, what? First off, it didn't follow the statute at all. He's now going to be Mr. Kohberger's alibi, which caused Ann Taylor to say he was out driving around, and that was a gift to that's back in 2023.
Yeah.
How do you purport to say you were going to help to try to get this man off on an alibi defense and then turn around? And what I am so concerned about is what you guys have been saying. Ethics of what he's doing here.
Right.
Needs to be, really considered. This would be like the attorneys in the WSU case for this man right here, Mr. Goncalves, now giving interviews saying that they believe Mr. Kohberger was innocent. You don't do that. You don't cross a line. The only reason why this man right here knows what he does is because he was invited in, came in, and became a defense expert. Otherwise, he would have nothing.
Right.
And now you're going to, and what I just heard here, what you said, Dago, where he's now accusing Turvey and Ann of having, this is exactly what caused Judge Hippler to go off on him last year and call him, conspiracy theories, because he was attacking and making, difficult and disconcerting attacks on Ashley Jennings.
Right.
He's doing the same thing here, Dago. I don't understand what he's doing. If Mr. Kohberger is guilty, he's going to be possibly the number one reason why this case may get thrown out, because of due process.
I can agree. Yes, ma'am. And this is so Twilight Zone, like, folks. It's so far out there. I've never seen anything like this ever.
Never.
Is he
Think enough, guys? For those of you that are a few years older than some of the rest of us, think about all of the true crime cases over the years. Did Johnny Cochran ever come out and speak against OJ?
Never.
Did anyone ever come out and speak about any, Pam Smart? Did her attorneys and investigators ever come out and speak against her? Did anyone involved in any case that you can think of when there was a possibility of a retrial pending?
Right.
It's not even that this is 20 years later and maybe somebody that was, or 30 years later, and somebody that was involved on the defense for O.J. Simpson is now speaking out after he's dead and there's no possibility of a retrial. He's going out now and doing way beyond, in my opinion, what ever happened before in terms of the leak with Dateline or Blum's book or anything else, because he was a defense expert and he was an alibi for Mr. Kohberger. So now he's turning around and he purports to know he's guilty. That is the purview of the jury.
And Kathy, and you were mentioning pieces of it last night. As much as I'm not a fan of Judge Hippler, can you imagine his reaction to seeing all of this?
No, there's no love. And you could see why, because as I said, and you can look it up. I did a couple of presentations on my channel back in February 2025. He stopped standing silent for this part 1 and part 2 regarding this guy right here. Mr. Kohberger stood silent. He exercised his Fifth Amendment privilege to stand silent. The only time he ever spoke out was through his defense counsel and his team when he stated he was driving around. And I said, what are they doing? What are they? You're supposed to be defending him. And if you don't believe in his defense, as you said, Dago, if he's saying he believed he was guilty from the beginning, then why were you going to sit on a jury and be his alibi?
Exactly. Why? 1,000,000%. Exactly. And like I was saying a few minutes ago, Hippler knows that this man was writing Bryan's alibi, and now you're saying this stuff. I'm curious to see Hippler's reaction to all of this. I really am.
It would be very, very intriguing, Dago, to me, because Judge Hippler is not just the jurist in Idaho versus Kohberger. He is the jurist in Kohberger versus Idaho right now. A case that is just 3 days old. And within 3 days, he's going out and given 2 interviews so far?
3. Well, 2 since then, yeah.
2 since, he did Custody Queens a couple of weeks ago, but now he's done 2 with the family members of one of the victims. He's basically jumped ship. This would be like Nick Balance going on interviews with Kohberger and saying you're innocent. It would be like their attorneys from WSU or here saying Mr. Kohberger was innocent. That's not anyone but the jury's determination to make. We don't know if he's guilty. We don't know if he's innocent. We can come up with our theories, but legally it's the 12 people in the box that he's doing a great job in poisoning the minds of. And if this case gets thrown out of court, it's going to be in great part, in my opinion, to him.
Absolutely.
Because he is unlike anyone else. This is not like Dateline. This is not like anything else. Blum. He was on the defense team. I suspect, just right here, he did a heck of a lot more and got his hands into a lot more different things than you usually do with an expert. So I'd be curious to see how much they allowed him to get involved. If he ever met with Kohberger, they're not asking him that question. Getting. So there's a lot to be seen.
Fully agree. And it just keeps getting crazier and crazier every minute. Absolutely.
I want to ask the other people on the panel. I mean, what do you think about this? Let's just say Kohberger gets a new trial. It's a long battle, but if he does, how do you protect his due process rights? I mean, everything they did in terms of not letting things out was supposedly to protect his right to a fair trial. Now you have someone who was supposed to be his alibi, who was supposed to be a CSLI expert and whatever else he had his hands in and finagled his way in on the defense team.
Right.
How do you protect against that?
Well, that's the biggest thing, because this whole thing is going to be determined by his attorney, I feel. and whoever takes this on, because it's up to that person how this is going to proceed, in my opinion, and how hard they're going to fight this. No, not saying that Ann didn't, but maybe if it gets to a point where there's a different judge, or it gets to the Supreme Court where we're having multiple people looking at this evidence, hopefully, that these pretrial motions would not get denied again.
You know, I mean, I have never seen anything like this in my life. You know, and
this is sickening. It is sickening. Seriously,
it really is. This would. I don't know what to. I've used.
It's like a betrayal, but not. But it's like it is a betrayal, but it's. I don't know. It's very conniving, and he's got that smirk on his face that you see right there. You know
he just. The reason why I was very suspicious of him for years is, think of all of the defense experts that were brought on in Idaho versus Kohberger. You had Gabrielle Vargas. You had Barlow was a defense expert. Dr. What was it? Edelman with his PowerPoints. The only person who ever gave an interview while the case was still on was him. He went into Latah County,
right,
and he got on the stand and he testified. And then within 2 days later, he's at CrimeCon giving interviews. And I said, what is he? Oh, he's not going to talk about. I said, no, he shouldn't be speaking to anybody. He's just getting off the stand in Latah County. The only reason why anybody knows him is because of that case. You never saw any defense expert give an interview while the case, but him. He's out for publicity. No one would know who he was. There was a judge in Colorado that would not allow him to testify in a case before Idaho versus Kohberger. And the judge is the gatekeeper. They have to keep junk science out. They thought what he did was junk science. And now we're hearing, like when he was on, you got to hear what's coming out. There's going to be all this evidence. I kept my mind open. Okay, is he going to have video of Kohberger walking in and out of the house? Is he going to be able to show? No, this is all his interpretation.
That's it.
This is his interpretation of what he got because he was a member of the defense.
Right.
This is like a woman going to a gynecologist, giving all of her secrets, you know, the doctor, lawyer, all of these, and then the doctor going out on television, you know, and destroying whatever confidence that you had. I agree with you. I think, you know, this has to be illegal. I don't know if it is. I
fully agree.
But
he's a cease and desist, like he did with Samantha. You want to play games? Well, or like Steve did with Samantha. Like somebody needs to shut him up. He does not need to be out here talking about any of this.
For sure.
Every interview he gives, he's poisoning more and more and more and more, because this is around for perpetuity.
Yeah.
You know, even if there's a trial in 3 years, 4 years, all people have to do is look up Cy Ray. They're going to know who Cy Ray is from Kohberger 1. This is going to be this. This is much worse than what we saw last night. And I thought what we saw last night, Dago, was bad.
Oh, I know. And this is definite jury tainting for sure going forward, guys. So if you thought the Dateline episode was bad, this is 10 times worse than that. 10 times worse.
It amazes me that this misinformation continues to be allowed to be put out there, like in things like documentaries. They're coming back to things that even the prosecution has come out and, you know, vehemently spoke against and stated, you know, for instance, you know, no stalking, right? They weren't, you know, at this point, we know they were not sleeping, right? When there was obvious struggle. But yet this continues to be what is implemented in every conversation, every interview, every Facebook or social media post. And it's literally, it's poisoning the well.
Because agreed. And you can't tell me, you cannot tell me, because I'll tell you you're wrong. None of this happened until Bryan posted for the PCR. Okay. As soon as he did that, they just came out of the woodwork. This guy came out of every direction. He came from every direction. So don't tell me it has nothing to do with that. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Don't tell me it doesn't, because there's no way. It almost looks premeditated to me, like they were waiting to see if he was going to file, and as soon as he did, boom, here he comes. You know what I mean?
Well, the good thing about it at this point, it's basically, there's no jury involved yet. I mean, it's basically the person who's everything right now is Hitler. And there's no love lost between Judge Stephen J. Hitler and Cy Ray. We know that. You never saw Judge Hitler.
Not at all.
Lose his cool. You never saw Judge Hitler attack any person who was on the stand, whether it's Brett Payne, all the way down to Cy Ray, Bicca Barlow when she was no one. Him, he did. And he didn't even get his name right. He called him Cy Ryan. She wanted Cy Ray to get on the stand at that one hearing last year.
Yep.
And Judge Hitler said, "No, if I need Cy Ryan to be there, I'll let you know. Have him on." But
that's
then
right.
We saw that
That's
after.
hilarious.
Yeah, it is. That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, and like I said, at this point, this is almost good, because I can almost guarantee you guys at this point now, because I know Hitler's going to see this. He is not going to allow Cy to testify for anybody at this point. I don't believe he'll let Cy even in that courtroom at this point. So good job here, buddy. Good job. But he is definitely jury tainting, which is probably what he's trying to do. That's his whole point.
Yeah.
And I would just like to know how this got started. That's all. My question now at this point is, what kicked this off, and when? When did this start to become a thing?
When did it start to become where he, like you're saying, he's going to need, it's probably take an hour to get his lips off of the body parts of these poor family members. And I feel for these family members, because they are, they've suffered when we learned about the true extent of Kaylee's injuries, that beautiful, vibrant young woman, no parent should ever, but now to have him come like he's trying to help them. He wants to get involved in their foundation.
Yep.
He wants them to bless him. Why?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
I agree. And it's
I'll tell you why. This right here is why. This right here is why he's doing this, in my opinion, and absolutely no other reason.
Oh, jeez. Here we go. What did you pay for that book? What did you pay for that book, Doug?
I didn't have to pay for it. My amazing moderators got it for me. It was $95, though.
Unbelievable.
Dang.
Oof.
If he wants law enforcement to keep, paying for his stupid class, for his stupid books, he had to change his tune. He had to start going with what the police were saying. I mean, he doesn't say anything bad about Moscow PD. He doesn't say anything about ISP. It's only the FBI. And it's because he will never admit, he doesn't even want to even look at any of the evidence out of Moscow and ISP.
Because
look at it.
That book is not.
He said right here. So he said right here, he called the FBI. He called them.
See, that's
and they probably laughed at him. They didn't return his phone call, so he's upset with them. It's not like oh well, the FBI is wrong. He contacted them.
Yes.
And they wanted nothing to do with him.
You want my opinion as to why? Because they know the joke that he is.
Right.
That's my opinion.
With all, as much as you question the investigation, you had all of the resources of the feds, and they couldn't put Kohberger in the house or near the house, but this guy.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. Like, there's no way. We have Homeland Security, the FBI, the Secret Service, and you're the savior here, Cy. Come on. Get over yourself, buddy. And I'll be honest. In the very, very beginning, when he first showed up, I thought, okay, he's going to do something good to help here, to prove that the corruption is out there, blah, blah, blah. I fell for it. I felt he gaslit all of us, okay?
I think we all did, yeah.
Of course. And here we now he took his mask off, and we're getting to see the real Cy Ray. Here it is. So
well, only because we would expect that he would go with his report. which
Right.
says that Bryan was never near, and the pattern was, he even says, I know we talked about it at the beginning, but I mean, what pattern he could see, it was normal for him. It was normal for Bryan to do those things. Now he's saying it's not. He was only there for a minute. He only did this. It's like, how do you even know that if that's when his phone turned on? You don't know what
Right.
before that. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, we're proving how ridiculous he is. All we got to do is reference his interview from 2 weeks ago and his report to this now, and it shows. It shows how ridiculous he is. Nobody's ever going to trust him at this point going forward.
He's a joke, and I don't think anybody should ever use him. I mean, he's kind of like Payne, where they put him up on the stand so that he would just lie for everybody. Now he's the guy that's willing to do whatever it takes to perpetuate the narrative.
Well, you make a good point, because let's just say that someone was in need of an expert. If this is what he did, it's sort of like, if you're in the dating market or whatever, and you're seeing someone who's married, and then you get together, they're going to do the same thing to you.
Right.
Like past behavior is the greatest indicator of future behavior. And who's going to hire him worried that if he gets on board, yeah, I'll help you, and then when everything's done, he then goes out and turns against you. That would be my
bingo. And I hope his entire, whatever he has built up here, I hope it collapses right in front of him. I do, because of this. Because that's what you deserve. That's called instant karma to me, and that's what I think he deserves.
And he also deserves to, in this case, he is saying that he lied under oath.
Yeah. Oh, that's
saying
true.
That he put
Definitely
under oath right there. So what? He just proved this. So now what?
Exactly that, and I think he needs to be held accountable.
I do too. This is huge.
Right.
Like people, this is a really big deal.
You might get
Yes.
Judge Hippler calling him in. Looking at what he said to Judge John Judge on the stand in Latah County prior to change of venue, and then what he wrote in his affidavit that was presented to Judge Hippler.
Yes, ma'am.
And to what he's saying now.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly it.
You are correct.
Right, he should be held. He needs to be not even publicly shamed, but literally.
Oh yeah,
accountable.
definitely. I agree. I think he needs publicly shamed. I agree.
For sure. At the very least, he needs publicly shamed, but he does need to be held accountable for lying under oath if this is exactly what he's doing. I want a statement from him to describe why he didn't say this to begin with.
Well, what I think needs to happen is, if this is first and foremost, yes. Why is this not in your report, and why did you not bring any of this out to begin with? And why didn't you separate yourself from the defense if you saw and found these things, instead of running your mouth? You should have just separated yourself and disconnected yourself from the case, move forward, whatever. But he didn't do that.
The other thing, Dago, if I could interject one other point.
Of course.
Judge Hippler basically warned him about making attacks on the credibility of other people without evidence. When he went all up and down. I mean, Ashley Jennings. He basically, Judge Hippler said, if what you're saying here if what Mr. Ray is saying here is true,
we need a Franks hearing.
Barred, right? And so now he's accusing Ann Taylor and Turvey of being in cahoots. He's doing the same exact thing. I hope Judge Hippler's taking note about that, because with respect to the leak, that was at the final pretrial conference. May 15th, right, last year. And what happens? The hearing that day, the final pretrial conference, was supposed to start at 9:00. It didn't get started until 9:25. And I kept thinking, one thing about Hippler, he's a stickler for, he might be a couple minutes late, but he's not 25. Yeah. They were behind closed doors, and he was talking to them about this leak. And then during the hearing, we found out, because he held up the document hold order. And if you go back and you look, you'll see, and Hippler was furious.
Yes, he was.
Right, because he was concerned. And if you read them, go back, please. May 15th, they're on the docket. Number one, he said he suspected that the leak came from the prosecution or law enforcement side, people who are sworn to uphold the law. And then he said this makes it difficult to seat an impartial jury. That goes to Mr. Kohberger's 14th Amendment due process privileges. What are we seeing here? This is worse than anything that happened before, in my opinion.
I agree.
I hope Judge Hippler will hold him to account.
And that was my plan, was to go back to show you guys these hearings again to point out exactly what we're seeing happen in front of our face. So
I can't believe he's saying that there's I still can't get over saying there's inappropriate relationships happening here.
That's where we're headed next.
Yeah, hell is sick. That is wrong.
Like, dude, what are you insinuating? Like, that's a pretty big insinuation.
He's dropping the bomb. He's throwing the shit to see what sticks, and he doesn't care.
Now, why would he?
It's exactly. I mean, what he did to Ashley Jennings. You know, he just basically said, you know, she is committing fraud here in front of Judge Hippler's eyes. Hippler saw right through it. You know, as much as people say that Hippler was not fair, that he was tough, he was pro-prosecution, he just made a very good ruling for Mr. Kohberger, because here in post-conviction relief, there is no automatic entitlement to counsel. And he signed an order yesterday, Kohberger, for whether this thing goes to one hearing and it's dismissed, or if it gets all the way through to, okay, yes, you get a trial, or we're going to throw this thing out. He's got counsel, and that is so important. He can't do this by himself. And there were some rulings that were made that were spot on, because the defense, I think, dropped the ball. What are they doing? They never challenged chain of custody on that. Sheath was everything.
Right.
That sheath is everything. And if you look at what happened with that sheath, I don't. They spent all the time on IgG DNA, and then oops, at trial when it comes to, we're not going to use IgG DNA. And it was like, well, why'd you spend 2.5 years prosecuting, looking at IgG, and then you're not going to use it? It just made no sense. So some of the rulings that Hippler made, I said back, like the alibi defense, it was poor, it was ridiculous, it made him speak when he didn't have to, it was doomed to fail, and he was all over it, this guy right here.
Yeah,
and it's not that Hippler made all bad rulings. Some of them were well-deserved losses by the defense.
Right, and just to speak to something that I saw in chat, we're not all completely anti-Turvey, you guys, and I'll be honest with you.
I'm not anti-Turvey at all. Actually, I will go up here and say I am actually Team Turvey. So
I'm not. And as far as Whitcomb goes, listen, I understand. I fully understand, but he also did tell me some things were going to happen, and they absolutely happened. So I have to give him that credit there. He told us behind the scenes, there's some things that are going to be coming that we didn't put out to the public because we wanted to see first. And everything he said thus far, bing, bang, boom, we're sitting here and it's happened. So to some extent, I got to look and believe it, what they're saying. But Saya is saying that him and Turvey are, and even Ian are part of some kind of a crazy conspiracy. It's like, what the hell is going on with this? So yeah, I mean, he's out there.
Dago, I don't know what he's doing, knowing that Kohberger versus Idaho is barely 3 days old at this point. It's barely 3 days old. And to be going out and to attaching and to say, Turvey never said Kohberger's guilt. And as a matter of fact, I've wondered if Turvey believes that there's, something pointing to, but he said, I'm not going to say. Same thing with Wickham. It's up to you to decide. He didn't say if Kohberger was guilty or not guilty. It's not innocent. It's not guilty.
Right.
He's now decided he's going to play jury. He's going to play crime scene reconstructionist. He's going to play attorney. He's going to play the Chief Justice of the Idaho Supreme Court as to what's going to get thrown out and not. He's talking very negatively against the judge.
Yeah.
He's not. I don't know what he thinks he's doing here.
He's definitely doing something that he's got some big ones to be doing what he's doing. I'll say that much. That's all I'm saying. And this next statement that we're about to delve into, I'm very curious what his thoughts are on this, because this is a huge statement to be making, especially with no proof. Boy, oh boy, I hope you got something to back this up, because Ann Taylor herself, being an attorney, you better watch what you're saying, bro. Okay? Truly and honestly, watch what you're saying, because this can come way back and smack you in the face very hard. So be careful here.
And for a man to
Right.
to say this about another woman, like, of course this is why she's doing it, because she wants to have inappropriate relationships with them, or that she is having inappropriate relationships with them. That is the most disgusting,
It is
misogynistic, underhanded bullshit. It's like, that's exactly what he's doing. Sorry, it's
no. Thank you very much, because I did also call him a sexist last year.
He is.
He is.
I said, because he was. I said, why are you going after Ashley Jennings, big guy? Why aren't you going after Bill Nye?
Bill Thompson, right?
Santa Claus, yes.
Yeah. Why are you going after Ashley Jennings? She's probably the lowest level on the team. You know, she's got Bill Thompson. You got Jeff Nye at that time. Why aren't you coming after him? You know, and now you're right. Now she's going after Ann Taylor.
Component.
Right.
It's sick.
I agree. And get ready, because here it comes, guys. Here it comes.
Really good plan. Some parts that we're going to execute really well. Other parts they didn't execute as well. But to anyone who thinks that somebody could go in there, they didn't have enough time, you don't know your facts. They were going to show you to your face.
So you think, Sai, right? I mean, you would know, I guess you were on the inside, that Ann Taylor actually believes he's innocent and has an unhealthy relationship with him?
I am concerned about the ongoing communication, the protection, just that I don't know how else to explain it, almost as like a motherly instinct with Bryan. To Steve's point, 100%. The Kohberger family was way more involved on that plea deal than the victims' families ever were. I believe that there was conversations going from the jail in real time of this thing going down. There's no doubt about that.
And how does he know this? How does he know this?
And I've done a lot of these cases. I've done a lot of death penalty.
That's my question. How does he know that?
This? I think he was involved a lot more.
Yep.
In this case than he should have ever been involved.
I think, Kathy, that when he presented himself to her, he told her, listen, I'm going to need this, and this if you want me to do this for you. And in turn, she allowed, and now we have this disaster sitting here talking to us today. So
now he's talking about what went down during plea negotiations, right?
Yes.
So why? Because he was involved there as well. I could see this guy talking his way into being a heck of a lot more involved than any of the other 16 or 18 proposed expert witnesses.
Yes.
People have ever seen a stand is also questionable, because you know what stood between him and ever getting before that jury? Judge Hippler.
Right. And he also, thinking about what Bryan said on his statement that he just put out, one of the last things he stated, and I think it's probably one of the most important things in this statement, folks, is that there were a lot of things that went wrong during those plea talks, and those things need to be brought to the table. They need to be brought out for people to see. And I'm real curious what that means. Okay. Very curious what that means, because the way he stresses that point period, there were a lot of things that went wrong during those plea talks. They need to be brought to the table. Well, I have feelings on that. I do. And I gotta wonder. I really gotta wonder. That's all I'm saying.
So now he's saying, oh, there's a mother. That's people say, oh, well, what's wrong with that? There isn't
anything
wrong with that. This is supposed to be a professional relationship, not a motherly, not a wife-like, not a boyfriend, girlfriend, parent, child. It's a professional relationship.
Eliza Massoth looked at Bryan in adoration on a regular basis. I repeatedly saw them holding hands in support, her touching him in a motherly fashion. Ann did the same thing. This is not abnormal, you guys. It's not some weird-ass sexual relationship or something like that. And that's how he plays this out. Okay, it's disgusting. I'm sorry.
Can I interject a comment directed toward Deirdre? Deirdre, I've had my concerns about Cy for a very, very long time. Even going back, as I said, to him running from the knowing that millions of people saw him who never knew his name, in Latah County because he's a defense expert and he's running to CrimeCon and giving interviews there.
Right.
It's not just me, though, who had concerns. It's people who follow my channel. Because if you follow my channel, you're not doing it because you want to come up with conspiracy theories. You're doing it because you read the documents, because that's what we do. We read the documents. We try to figure out what happened. What's the evidence? What is just trying to figure out what documents are leading us. So it's not just me. A lot of people had concerns about him.
Yeah, and that's why we follow Kathy's channel, because of everything that she just stated in every aspect, guys. There's very few videos of hers that I've missed because every one of them is absolutely amazing. So you guys need to be following them as well, in my opinion, please. So, all right, on we go.
The cases. It is very unusual for the defense attorney on the case, especially one who's technically a public defender, to stay involved and active with the defendant in prison visitations the year following a plea deal. That is incredibly rare.
That's ridiculous.
Wait a second.
Well, I knew he was coming with that.
How does he know who's visiting Mr. Kohberger in prison?
That's another point. Yes. How does he know that? That's a great question. How does he know all of this, in my opinion, is what I want to know.
And also, is he not aware or not aware that Ann Taylor was still providing services relative to Idaho versus Kohberger during the unsealing process? Because how the process worked is Judge Hippler would send court orders to both sides and ask them, look, for the period starting from July and June of last year, what objections or non-objections do you have? And so you had to provide those. And then there were 2 matters regarding restitution. There was a hearing last November. Incidentally, the only time Mr. Kohberger never participated in a hearing in his life since he was arrested. He did not attend that hearing. So there were ongoing things that she needed to communicate with him for.
Absolutely. That is a fact. Very true. And again, making mountains out of molehills because he has no idea what he's talking about.
The case is done. No one is making contact with him. So the idea that it's all Ann and only Ann, and he hasn't obtained a new attorney for this appeal, to me is very telling. I think jail logs and jail calls would really expose a rape.
I'm gonna step away for a minute to run to the bathroom. I'm gonna let it play though, guys.
Regular routine between Ann and Bryan that they're visiting and talking on a weekly, if not daily basis at times. Which is weird. Yeah, that's unhealthy in my opinion. As a criminal defense attorney, you got to keep that line between your clients, right?
Here's the Chief Justice of the Idaho Supreme Court giving his opinion.
Community living said she's purposely after you, Steve. She's watching your interviews, making us all watch it together, and coming up with discovery based off your conversations. And once I learned that, guess what? I started talking about Bluetooth. I started talking about other things and just put her on rabbit trails just to play chess with her. But I've heard some really unnatural things are going on in this case.
Is there evidence? I'll say
unnatural
on Olivia's cue. Is there? I'm just joking. Is there evidence, Cy, that we don't know about that was never public?
I think there's definitely stuff that has been withheld and has still been withheld. I don't know how much it was conveyed to the victims' families, universally, not just Steve and Olivia, but across the board. There's some really disturbing things on his internet history that I don't know ever really came out that would be incredibly hard to just simply show and walk away from a jury not thinking that it's going to leave a big impact, especially on the case of this nature. I'm talking right now specifically his porn history. He's got a very disturbing porn history that I think really paints a picture.
I'd like to see what you've been looking at.
I also heard.
I'd like to see Cy Ray's background.
Is that accurate?
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn. For me,
I know what you're focused on.
For me, you hit it on the head, Olivia. The non-consensual, violent nature of the porn.
I was aware of terms drugged, raped, passed out, sleeping.
I would go more on incredibly violent sexual encounters. So not the sleeping or passed out, but very aware of what's happening and it being very, very violent, which is always a tough thing for a prosecutor, or a defense attorney to get through. That's something that's going to really tell.
Because he's a defense attorney and he's a prosecutor now.
I think that there's stuff to still come out. I think you guys are going down the right road. I've quietly been watching, waiting for more to drop. I can tell you, for me, the location information and the pattern of life, it hasn't come out because I don't think they ever looked at it. And it is by far the most telling of what we have out there. By the way, the day after this, he turns the phone off again. So, again, they're trying to show these patterns, and they do a pretty good job of showing, hey, prior to the murders, he turns his phone off on this days, but it's like they just stopped on November 13th. And as an investigator who's looking at a lot of crimes like this, I want to see what he's doing the next week, the next 2 weeks, the next month. Like, that is a really critical period too, that we see very defined behaviors of suspects like this.
Can we stop this for a second? Because I think the chat's got some.
Of course.
Let's catch it. Was he an investigator? Was he hired to be an investigator? Because he's now, this is what an investigator looks like.
No.
He's just been speaking about what supposedly, allegedly was in Mr. Kohberger's, I guess, internet activity having to do with porn, violence, and things of this nature. Has anyone seen any of that? Because I have, as I've said, from my podcast, I've looked at the court docket up and down, every single court filing, and under seal to the point that I can. I don't recall any of that being released yet.
Never was. And the only time it came out, and that was part of what the leak investigation was through the Dateline episode that came out. And that's got to be where he got that from, unless he had access to that.
Unless he was the guy. What if this actually goes?
It does. Yes, it does.
Because he believes this shit. Because you can tell he believes it the way he's talking. See how his chin's forward,
right.
his eyes are wide open.
Yep.
He believes this.
And again, if it's not been on the public records, if it hasn't been released through public records requests, and more importantly, on the Idaho versus Kohberger podcast, not podcast, that's me. I'm sorry. It's Kohberger versus Idaho now, which we're changing.
Right.
But no, it's not on the Idaho versus Kohberger docket. He's talking about things he had access to while working for Mr. Recognize he worked for Mr. Kohberger. Right. Everybody who was on that team, from Ann Taylor down to him and everyone in between, worked for Mr. Kohberger. It was his case. So now he's going out in order to advance his, in my opinion, personal interests, attaching himself to these families to promote his business. He is now disclosing what Hitler said we're not entitled to see yet as a public. And if this case gets thrown out of court, when people start saying, oh, an unaliver just went free, you got to ask yourself why, if that ever happens. Why?
Yes, of course.
That's what I was
absolutely
was about his school. Like, I mean, not only is he getting his own degree in this, but he's also grading papers, and you don't know what you would need to look up as a TA to verify these facts or what things people are referencing in their papers. I mean, these things can be explained away.
It's, you raise a good point, because the one thing that was released in one of the ISP dumps, when they released some documentation, is that one movie that Mr. Kohberger did purchase or pull down had to do with corruption in Pennsylvania. A judge that was being paid off to send kids that didn't need to be taken from their families off to some type of a inpatient site, and he was getting kicked. That is the only film that Kohberger ever took down off the internet that has been released through the public records. Anything else about this aggressive, porn, we've not seen as of yet. So I don't know why he's disclosing this, why he's.
I mean, I think it was only like, because I think he said it was very little. Like, that was like in the book. The book, I think it was, he said that there was like very little porn on his thing, which is also, and if that was the case and it was violent, that also shows me that it was for some sort of research purpose.
Yeah, that's my thought, and always has been.
His kink. If it's not his kink, then why would he be doing that?
He's a 28-year-old single guy that is looking at porn. Well, if it was violent, it could mean one of two things. It could be, he was looking into violent sexual crimes at one point in time. It could be part of his studies. Or, it could just be that he was scanning through things and came upon these things too. That's how that stuff works from time to time. But I'm going to tell you right now, the more that he talks, after what Sarge said earlier, the more he's starting to look like the leaker to me.
Absolutely.
He's making statements about things that he should know.
Yep.
And things that have been leaked out 100%. So there again, take it how you will. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
His demeanor is as well. If you not only just listen to what he's saying, it's casting a lot of confusion and misinformation. So, but he's, if you look at his demeanor, it's like there's arrogance there, but there's also this appears to be like this extreme nervousness.
Well, he seems excited about what he's doing too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Has anyone looked into him?
Oh, we got a little background on him.
No, I mean officially, because this is quite odd. First off, we've never seen, I can't think of one example. Please, if the panel can think, or the people in chat, if you can think of one example where you have to look specifically now. It's not just a case that, person pled, went to prison, and then is now looking to get possibly a second bite at the apple, as he said, or a trial that ever turned on whoever, whether it was prosecution or defense. Please, if you could name one. All right, that's very strange. He's gone rogue, is what he's done here. Whether anyone wants to admit it or not, he's gone rogue.
Yes, he has.
He's releasing information that should we now arrest every 28-year-old healthy young man that's looked at pornography,
right?
For whatever your feelings, and I certainly have my feelings on the topic. But it's not OnlyFans. It is not $1 billion business for no reason.
Thank you. Yes.
So are we going to now put everyone in? But the thing about it is, he's talking about information here that Ann Taylor goes on a weekly basis, that she meets with Mr. Kohberger, that she has an unhealthy relationship, that Judge Hippler's rulings will not stand. First off, he doesn't have a full appeal. It's only looking at the conviction and sentencing. He missed out on his opportunity for a direct appeal last year, 42 days. And a question was asked, on a couple of people after I posed the standard for, ineffective assistance of counsel. Someone asked, well, what do you think Mr. Kohberger could have wanted, like right away, to appeal his sentence, as in last summer when all those things were happening? He's just in the prison. He's being photographed. He's being harassed, all that. Things aren't adding up here, Dago, for me.
I agree. I totally agree, Kathy. This is way out there. It really is.
And I just want to add this before we go back into it, because when he brought up that, about the violent, pornography, right? So I happen to I don't know. I'm not Bryan Kohberger, whatever the case may be, and like some of the things you mentioned, but I do know this is that, if he's studying, serial killers, like it's a part of what his curriculum, people like John Wayne Gacy and Ted Bundy, notorious serial killers, criminals. That's where they began. So, the psychology of it, that's where it began. And it's self-admitted. If you ever listen to their interviews, they'll tell you that.
Yes.
You'll hear that. So I believe it very well. I'm leaning towards it more being towards research. And then, for a doctorate, you have to look into the ugly stuff.
Agreed. And he was self-proclaimed at some point. I can't remember where we heard it at early on, but that he was looking into sexual-based crime, So
Yeah.
there again, it just plays back into his studies. So, blow it up to whatever you want, bud. But all you're doing right now is making yourself look like the fool. Sorry. So
Absolutely. And the only people that are going to buy into are those who are just not educated about this case, or just, are easily fed and led,
absolutely. You are correct. And yes, this is doing nothing more than tainting a future jury for this 100%. So,
and realize his really point. I mean, somebody said, look at the body language. He's not looking at the camera. He seems a little nervous.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
big time.
It's almost like, you look at nonverbal behavior, not an expert on it, but I've done interviews, in the past, and nonverbal behavior speaks volumes. So
sure does.
My wife,
It sure does.
my wife watched this earlier with me, that when I watched it the first time, and we watched the one yesterday. She goes, honey, this is, and my wife's got 2 degrees in psychology. Not bragging, but just pointing out that she looks for these things. Okay. And she said, she said, this is 10 times worse than yesterday's. And she goes, just watch him. She goes, he's talking all without talking with his whole body, the things, his movements, his eyes, everything he's doing. So she's always got me watching that stuff constantly. So yeah. 100%.
Behavioral analyzing. That's what that is.
Yeah,
Right.
I've been doing that this whole time too. Like, that's why I said right now he's actually looking at the screen, because right now he believes what he's talking about.
Absolutely. That's whether it's true or not.
Whether it's true or not,
Yes.
this is what he believes. This part he believes is true, and that's why he's speaking so confidently.
And if you watch him when he starts to stutter a little bit and he looks off to the side or up,
closes his eyes a lot. He wants to distance himself from everyone. He doesn't.
Yes.
His eyes are closed a lot of times in this interview.
That either means he knows he's lying, or it means that he knows that he's wrong for doing what he's doing.
Yeah, he does not want to be asked those questions because he does not want to answer them. So you close your eyes,
You can tell that there's he's uncomfortable. Like I said, like he's nervous. There's some uncomfortable body language there.
He
and
knows
it
he's
makes me
doing
feel
wrong
that
right now.
way.
Yeah, he knows that what he's doing is wrong. That's why I think.
Absolutely.
Go. He turns his phone off. He turns it back on, and he's southbound on I-95. It's almost a mirror of what you saw the day before.
The Barnhart said that they found a config file that they had to reproduce, and luckily they had exact same phone. But basically, he went through a pattern. He turned off the Wi-Fi. Then I'm going to mess this up, but he turned off the Wi-Fi, like airplane mode, then put VPN, and then put VPN to only establish connections after start. And he did this whole thing, and that was brand new. He hadn't done that in the config files. That was the first time he did it, and they're going to bring that forward to say that this is a new behavior, just same thing that you're saying, a new behavior that he did before and after, and he doesn't do it again. He stops coming back to the Moscow area after the murders. He doesn't go back there anymore. So anybody who thinks he's over there just shopping, they're like, and I guess the message really is to the world is you can't commit these crimes anymore and get away with it. And that's really what I'm trying to say is I just learned recently with the labs I'm working with, I can't say this on regular TV. Rapes are getting very, very rare. People don't get away with rape anymore because there's the fluid exchange, and that's leading. Everyone's starting to learn.
What are you talking about?
Can we stop? Can we stop here, Dago? I would like to know: is this the same statistic that he is relying on in the Goncalves et al. Versus WSU case, where they said in their complaint that people with autism are more likely to stalk, as if people with disabilities do not have enough prejudice in this world. Now, people with autism are going to be tagged with, oh, they stalk as well. Where is the statistics that women are not, or people are not getting assaulted anymore? Where's the statistic to back this up?
Women are apparently not being raped anymore because there's DNA. That's what he said.
He's so full of shit.
That is not a factor. That is not true. That rapes have not gone down, and that is not even correlated. There's no correlation.
He needs to show, I want to see.
Now he's a rape expert. I can't take it.
Right. I mean, but this comes off of that horrific statement, I feel bad about what happened to your daughter. I really do. But I have family members who have autism.
Me too. My son does.
Until you do, you have no idea of what they go through.
That's right.
They have to go to class to learn how to, to integrate with people in grade school that make fun of them when they get up because they're different. And I have to, we have to hear this ignorant comment that people with autism are more likely to stalk. I want to see that statistic. And I want to see the statistic where women and men are not getting assaulted anymore, because last I saw, I didn't come across that stat.
Never heard of it before.
I have to laugh because
I get so pissed off when they bring the autism stuff into this and all of that, because my son, we all know, well, most of you guys know my son is autistic, and I've dealt with this from the beginning, which is why I had a bit of a soft spot for certain things in this. And to hear these statements, they send me reeling. They send me reeling every time, because it's so out of touch with reality.
It is.
And it pisses me off. So
yeah. I have to laugh because it's just so absolutely ridiculous what he's saying. I have to laugh because I'm like, it's like, are you kidding me? Like, where are these stats? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I can't.
I mean, we have people in chat, Dago, my family, 3 people very, very, very close to me were born with it. Is something that you're born with.
Yes.
They are brilliant, whatever it is that they're into. That they call them little Einsteins, because they're really focused in whether it's art, whether it's science, whether it's math. But because they see the world differently than anyone, now all of a sudden, because they're standing a little closer to you in line at McDonald's, they're stalking you. No, it's not. It's because they don't understand the
social cues. They don't get those, right?
The social cues. Now that's one thing with Kohberger. Kohberger was not diagnosed apparently when he was young, and the most important thing is to get them young, because then you can put them in social skills training and help them learn how to navigate their way through the world and not be the target of bullying. I mean, there's the greatest targets of bullying in my opinion, from what I've seen, are people with autism and other disabilities.
They are.
Right. And so now we have to hear that, they're subject to, I want that statistic. I want to see where that.
I agree with you.
Exactly.
I agree. Welcome, Tomboy.
Oh, Tomboy.
Yeah, that makes me sick. That is a fact, what she just said, you guys. For those of you that do know who my son is, he's a musical genius, okay? He may not be the greatest in school and academics, but the kid taught himself how to play 7 different music instruments and sings like a bird without any training.
Wow.
So that's an absolute point right there. What he just said is a falsity, in my opinion. I've never heard of that in my life, and I will not support any of that until I see that statistic. And I don't think it exists. I don't think it exists.
It doesn't exist. There is absolutely. I would have learned about it, I think, just because I've done research over the years, because of my family members, to try to help them figure out how to navigate their way through the world. I mean, a person in a wheelchair, what they go through to leave the house in the morning, that the rest of us all, think no two thoughts about it. A person with autism, like Kohberger, whether he committed whether he's an alternative perpetrator, whatever, we don't know. We have to see the evidence, right? But he's entitled to a fair trial, which he did not get. I don't think he got first time around. But to now come out and to put out this type of nonsense that a person with autism stalks.
It's broad. It's a broad stroke of a pen there. It's like you're saying autism. So what do you mean that they're most likely to stalk? What does that mean? Do you mean like to cause harm and to like be a peeping Tom? Like, what do you mean? Like that's a little bit vague. In fact, a lot vague. What do you mean? And how do you expect people not to be, not okay with what you just said? Like
where this came out. Okay. I encourage anyone to look at Goncalves et al. Versus Washington State University, the complaint that was filed. It was filed in state court back in January. It got removed to federal court. when WSU was after they were served with process. It is in the complaint, and it is to, in my opinion, help to substantiate the 13 women supposedly who complained about Kohberger at WSU. It was in the context that people with autism are more likely to stalk, and that was thrown out there as a fact.
Can I see this study, please?
Yeah.
What's the one that they just said, Tomboy?
Yeah, the one that said when you have autism, you're more likely to stalk.
It doesn't exist. It's a fucking lie.
100%.
Oh, after watching this whole shit show, I truly believed that this was all simply for them to gain traction for that WSU lawsuit.
Absolutely. Starting to wonder now too about that. And I'm telling you, it may be a reach, but is it really? Because I'm starting to look at him as the leaker now. I truly, and swear to God, with some of the things he's saying, I could see that very comfortably without a problem. So I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
You got the leaker and the conspiracy theorists working together now. Isn't that a joke?
Well, what did Judge Hippler say? He says his conspiracy theories. And again, go back May 15th, 2025. Look at the orders that Judge Hippler sent to the defense and to the state the day of the final pretrial conference. He said from the beginning he had a suspicion, or it was the court's opinion, that the leaker was someone involved with law enforcement or the prosecution.
Yep. Well, guess what? Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
It's very
Do
interesting.
you think when Tom Slavinsky handed off all this stuff to Cy Ray, and Cy Ray thought, oh, wait a minute, this isn't right, y'all messed it up, and when he found out the truth, because I think Cy knows the truth, do you think he went to the prosecution and said, look, if we don't spin this, you're going to be in trouble?
I can believe that.
But now if they hold him accountable for what he did, he should be in even bigger trouble.
Of course.
I don't know if Cy Ray will be held accountable for what he has done.
I mean, he literally either he is lying on the stand or he's lying now. So which is it?
Well, what he's doing right now is unethical.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
He is still under NDA, his NDA. He has not been released, especially by Bryan Kohberger yet. And he's talking about work product that he discussed with the defense. He can't talk about this shit.
Thank you, Mountain Man.
I wonder if he is like calling Ann's bluff the way he says that him and because he's like, well, why don't I get a letter and Turvey get a letter? Well, it's because they're working together. That's what he said. And that's just like, so it almost is like, is he calling Ann out here to be like, well, here, I'm going to do this and see if she writes me a letter.
Look at this shit. A cop car broke down in the middle of the road.
This is so ridiculous.
They say there's a saying that says, if you say something with enough authority, people will believe it.
Very true.
And, unless you are a free thinker, unless you are a critical thinker, you're liable to, to believe it, to believe. And we definitely aren't sleeping. So, this is what we're dealing with. Yeah, this is what we're dealing with here. They're saying things with enough authority, like even with what Steve just said. Oh yeah, people with autism and this statistic and people who don't go ahead and do the extra footwork and see for themselves are going to be brainwashed by this junk.
Well, that's why mainstream media is so successful. That's why mainstream media is so successful. They come out, they spin things. Like, I would like right now to ask Bryan Enton 10 questions about the Kohberger case. Does he know when the motion for change of venue was filed? Does he know why Judge Hippler became the jurist? Does he know what was the alibi defense all about? Does he know what was the alternative perpetrator? defense all about this. He know how many pages the PCA was. If you don't know, this case is so convoluted, it's so long, and there's so many moving parts to it. I don't think that unless you understand the case, you should be purporting to be a journalist reporting on the case.
Right.
It goes back to what you just said, that it takes hard work to read the documents and to understand the case.
Absolutely.
It takes
Yes, it
no
does.
work at all to come out there and to say, put out some nonsense about, statistics regarding sexual assaults have gone down with
Right.
authority, and someone believes you without doing the research, without going to, some statistical basis out there and find, well, what do you mean? Like Enton should ask the follow-up question. Like, what do you mean? Where are you getting that from? He doesn't. That's what a journalist would do.
You're 100% correct on that. That is for
No,
sure.
but he needs
Yes,
to
ma'am.
say he's depending on getting the first interview with the Goncalves family. So he can't do anything that might harm that relationship. And unfortunately, that's what a lot in mainstream media do. They kiss up to the cops. When this country was formulated to ensure that the journalists and the cop are not on the same page. The journalists are supposed to be reporting on behalf of the people, because we can't be there to be inside courtrooms in Idaho where decisions are made, that this case now gets to be a precedent and that gets to be reported on. You're absolutely right. It is hard work to understand this case. And
Very much so.
This guy right here should have to take a 100-word quiz on the Idaho versus Kohberger case before he reports another word about it, because he doesn't know what he's doing.
Agreed. I fully agree. Very
Absolutely.
good point, too. Very good point.
And we need that same
Can
message.
I just
in
say, every
murder
time I
cases.
see Ensign try to talk,
Go ahead. What'd you say?
every time Ensign speaks, the only thing I can think of is the song Coin Operated Boy.
I could see that. That makes sense.
And I don't know how to say that in a mainstream media format, but we got to. I'm trying to work on.
Tank your podcast, Bryan Ensign.
What'd you say, Olivia?
So we're just going to tank your podcast instead. My apologies.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So on that, Steve and Olivia, let me give you a name. Follow this case. I think it's really, really important. The name is Matthew Nilo, Nilo. So Nilo.
Okay.
Matthew is an attorney who was practicing in New York, but he went to law school in Boston. And in the early 2000s, when he was in law school in Boston, he was a serial rapist. And I want to say he had 7 victims that they've identified.
How and why did this turn to a sexual assault conversation? That has nothing to do with this case.
This is a sexual assault theory. This is all about sexual assault. Oh my God!
There were no
He's putting
sexual
him down
assaults
that
in this.
road. I thought Cyree was going to say, look up the case where in Colorado where the judge would not allow him to testify because
Right.
he found that his theories were junk science. That's the case I thought he was going
There
to
you
tell
go.
me to read.
There you go.
Oh no, can't read that.
There were
But
no
it did-
sexual assaults in this case, and there's no reason to be talking about him right now.
And didn't they say in court, didn't like the Goncalves, wasn't it like Olivia that said about him being a pedo?
Yeah, she called him that at the sentencing
Oh
hearing.
yeah.
So, I mean, that goes with it. That all connects in there too. It seems like they're trying to,
I think they've been trying to make him more of a monster than people already think he is. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
2 years ago, maybe 3. Man, time's flying right now. Maybe a little bit longer. Just after these murders, they did the exact same thing. It's the exact same team with IgG, and they took some of the DNA from one of those rapes. They ran it through IgG, and like I said, it's the same team that worked on the Kohberger case, and they got a hit on Nilo. And they went and did the 1-to-1 comparison. They got it. They arrested him in New York. That case is working its way through Massachusetts right now. He's going to challenge the IgG, and he's going to win. The thing I want you guys focused on, because this is probably one of the more infuriating things. And if somebody's told you this, I'll shut up. But if they haven't, They are doing a huge disservice to all of the victims' families right now by not giving you guys the lay of the land. The defense is going to buy all the time they can until one of these IGG cases hits a major appeals case or the U.S. Supreme Court. When it does, you can kind of mark my words here, the rule is going to become you have to have a search warrant for IGG. You just have to. Most states have already started to adopt it, but this Nilo case is really likely. He's got the resources, the funding, and the knowledge to take this to the Supreme Court. If that happens, and they actually look at, hey, when you sidestep the search warrant and you step outside of policy, IGG is out. If that ever happens, that is Bryan's gold card right there. And I think that the defense, they're watching this case very carefully. They're waiting to see what happens with this. And everything you guys are going to see the next year or two is nothing more than buying time.
But would that even matter if he pled guilty?
Diego, please, one second, please. For the love of, what credentials does he have?
None.
Say a specific case out of New York, if it reaches the, do you understand why I called this guy arrogant 3 years ago?
Yes.
The absolute, does he even have a bachelor's degree in anything? Because you don't have to have a 4-year education to be a cop. You can,
right.
One time you needed to. Now you don't. And by the way, a case that people should look at is a case that just person was sent to DP Row this week, an ex-cop who committed a sexual assault in Florida. You know, ex-cops have been.
Yeah.
Okay. What about that? Should we now look at those types of cases?
Of course.
Why is he recommending specific cases like he knows what's going to get to the Florida Supreme Court? I don't even think he has a bachelor's degree.
No, he's like I said earlier, he has got his mouth so attached to their ass, it's not even funny. Anything he can do to get in their good graces is what he's doing right now. It's beyond disgusting to me.
Look at their hand gestures. They're both got their hands on their chin.
Look at Cy. He's so pleased with himself right now. You see it? He's got his hand on his chin with that sick, ignorant ass smile.
He has a smirk.
Look what I just did.
Smug arrogance.
That's what it is. That's his ego right there, shining through, bright.
Yep.
He thinks he knows everything about everything and anything that he can, and now he's showing off again, sucking up to the Goncalves family to get as close to them as he can.
And
100%.
To the world. He knows that News Nation has hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people. Nobody would want to hear a word out of this guy's mouth.
Absolutely.
But for the fact he was a rogue defense expert who went rogue that you never see. You have never seen. If anyone could please get on Kathy Zindi's own, and where I have torn this guy, I did a year and a half ago.
Right.
When he was going to be an alibi expert. And for anyone, I think somebody in chat said, oh, that was Ann Taylor. Well, where was the notice that Cy Ray was withdrawing from the Kohberger case because he could not be an alibi expert?
Thank you.
Right. I don't believe what I'm seeing here today, but I would like you to tell me if you could find wherever you are, whether you feel that Mr. Kohberger committed these crimes by himself, all the way to where he was a scapegoat. If you could please find me one situation ever where someone who was on the prosecution side, be it an investigator, expert witness, prosecutor, or on the defense side, where they did something like this, because I don't know of one situation, please.
There isn't any. None. None. I've never in my life seen nor heard of this ever. Unbelievable.
Trial and then was found guilty, and then he could go back and say, oh, the evidence they used at trial against me, is unfair. Like he still pled guilty. And that had
no Justice Scalia now coming in on weighing.
So here's the issues, and there's two.
I'm sorry, say again.
That was Justice Scalia of the United States Supreme Court coming in and giving his interpretation. Now we're going to go over to who's this? Justice Sotomayor is now going to give his interpretation.
Yep. Right. Right.
Huge issues here. And again, Steve, if somebody's explained this to you, then I'll move on. If not, like, you guys, you have to be aware of this. The fact that the prosecution probably never told you about Garza versus Idaho, and man, commit that one to memory. So Garza versus Idaho is a U.S. Supreme Court involving Idaho, where a guy who took a plea deal, who voluntarily pled guilty, actually got it reversed, and he took it all the way to the Supreme Court. So plea deals are not the closing of a case. Plea deals aren't like, okay, we're going to put this behind us, we're going to let everybody get closure here. Anytime a prosecutor frames a plea deal as closure, they're doing a huge disservice, because plea deals get turned over all the time on appeal. The second thing is, man, I am not a Hippler fan at all. I think Hippler made a critical error when he made the ruling that IgG could come in as a tip, so be it. But the moment he prevented the defense from being able to expose to the jury that the lab techs willingly, knowingly violated their own policy to do it, it's not a constitutional issue. That evidence comes in, but it does become a credibility issue. And any other court in the United States, when anybody associated with law enforcement oversteps a policy as it relates to evidence, you got to explain that on the stand. And I think if the prosecution did it right, you can explain that. Hey, for the interest of justice, for X, Y, and Z, yeah, we made this tactical decision. But the moment,
please, if we could.
Of course.
Mr. Ray, do you recall Judge Stephen J. Hippler? He entered an order October 9th, 2025, that motions in limine were to be filed in February, specifically February 17th.
Right.
Motion in limine regarding IgG DNA that had been filed by one of the parties. During that time, it was the defense that said that they would not be referring to IgG DNA because they did not have enough information to be able to present it. To which then the jurist, Judge Hippler, said, okay, if you're not going to be using IgG DNA, he then did what we've called the infamous homework assignment. State and defense, you get together and you propose a proposed jury instruction for my consideration as to what we're going to tell the jury, and they did. It was the state and the defense who came up with the proposed jury instruction. It said words to the effect that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've just heard Detective Brett Payne indicate that Mr. Kohberger's name came as a tip on December 19th, 2022. That is all you need to be concerned about. This wasn't that Hippler stopped them. It was the defense that said that after more than 2.5 years of challenging IgG, as much as they did, they decided to withdraw. It was not Hippler.
Very good point.
Thank you, Dago.
Very good point, ma'am. No, thank you.
Made the decision that the jury can never hear about any of that, and the defense is not allowed to cross-examine officers who knowingly, intentionally violated policy on one of the most critical pieces of evidence in this case. That is a judicial oversight. That in of itself, when challenged properly, has the ability to bring this case back. Now, to Steve, to your point, do it right. 10 times out of 10, he gets convicted and maybe more comes out, and it really does put some closure behind this thing. Bring back the death penalty. I am all for this. But I think that I don't agree with the national populace right now that his appeal doesn't have legs, and it's very unlikely it's going to happen. I think there's a couple things that if it falls into place just right, it could happen. So I just say that as prepare yourself, right?
I say that as the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. That's what I say that. Oh my gosh. I have never seen anything like this in my life. Is this what he was hitting at on the custody queens the other day?
Nothing like this. No.
That there was going to be information coming out that some of Hippler's,
probably,
would not withstand. I hope Hippler puts him up on the stand and,
I agree.
and has him explain himself as to what the heck he's saying here.
Oh, I agree. And now he's just prepare yourself, Steve. Prepare yourself. I'm the one that told you to be ready. The prosecution probably didn't tell you this. Now, I can tell by the look on her face, she's about to go off. Watch Olivia. So this is insane. This guy is so far up their ass right now, guys. Excuse the phrase. It is. I've never seen this much gaslighting in my life.
This is my opinion and my opinion only, but I think that somebody should look at him.
I fully agree with you.
Something here that is not right, beyond the fact that he's come out, he's violated any type of ethical norm or value of who he was working for by coming out here. But in terms of, just I wish someone would look at him. Someone in law enforcement.
Yes.
Look and see, where was he in 2022, what was he doing?
Very good point. Very good point.
Throwing that out as this is there's something that is not right here. He does not know the case. He's alleging that Judge Hippler was the one who tried to stop the defense from questioning. No, it was the defense who withdrew the IGG.
Right.
He's coming out here and he's predicting, oh, Mr. Kohberger, and this is what you need to do to try to keep him. Who is this person? Who is he?
There is something very, very, very wrong with him and this whole entire situation. I fully agree. I agree. They do need to look into him. Again, I'm telling you guys, I don't think I'm that far off in believing that he possibly is the leaker. Without a doubt.
And there's some multi-billionaire, okay? His house got broken into. Somebody stole his safe. Didn't just take it. They didn't just break into it. They took it. And long story short, a cigar was left behind. This guy hires a private lab to get a snip off of it and then uploads it to all and goes and finds the person who robs his house and shot his dog, which is like, it's like a movie, okay? And he gives it to the cops as a tip. And they said, he basically arrested this guy and kind of is taking shit over it because he was supposed to handle it himself. So long story short, he starts his own company. And he's just going through certain locations that he's deemed as high risk. And they're just grabbing people's DNA and uploading it as if they own it. But once you abandon your DNA, you don't own it. So then they're making these databases to sell to the freaking cops. It's I'm going to say he's a criminal, and this is a weird story, but I really don't know he was or not, or he was just a shady business guy. But he found a niche, and he's going in there because the database, CODIS is puny. There's almost nobody in it. So they need to get to these bigger ones, and he found this niche, and they're like, we're afraid to work with this guy because we feel like this is going to get shut down. But this is the stuff that's going on, Steve. This is the wild, wild west of IGG.
What were you going to say, Olivia? Were you going to say something?
Yeah. So I guess that I just don't follow the logic completely, that this is not an appeal. This is a post-conviction relief. The relief that he's asking for is for his guilty plea to be removed. Let's say that it's all granted. That essentially puts him back on the trial court. Let's say that they successfully delay until the Supreme Court decision in which it is deemed to be unconstitutional for the IGG process. We're assuming that that's going to be then done retroactively, then apply to this case. Let's assume that happens. Let's assume that IGG gets removed. It doesn't change his DNA being a direct match to the DNA on the sheath. So I guess I'm not following how we jump from these things happening. And I know you said that they're unlikely, you were like, if these things all fall together, but I'm not following how these things all fall together to then have the IGG removed, which then puts us in a position where the case is at risk considering the DNA is a match. So maybe the work was ethically budged, but the work itself is good.
Yeah, so let me give you a couple things on that. The best case I can reference you to is Carpenter versus US. And what Carpenter is, it's a bank robbery case, so obviously not anything of the nature of what we're talking about here. But in Carpenter, they do some cell tower dumps and they look at cell phone records, and they're able to place Carpenter at the scene of this bank robbery using cell phone records. Mm-hmm. But it's the FBI. And, in 2017, well, actually the ruling's in 2017, the case actually happens about 2010, 2011. The FBI gets involved, and instead of using a search warrant to get the phone records, they use basically what they call an admin subpoena, which is a supervisor at the FBI saying, hey, this is relevant to a criminal investigation, give us the stuff. So Verizon gives them the records, and they put him at the crime scene. They recover some evidence based on the phone records. He goes to prison. It goes on. He finally gets his appeal. It goes up to the U.S. Supreme Court, and this was the first case in the United States that challenged, can law enforcement look at your location data without a search warrant?
Geo warrants?
Yeah, and basically the Supreme Court said no. Looking into your location data is so personal, it requires a search warrant. And this was the landmark case for cell site location information that requires law enforcement. And now everybody except for the FBI was getting search warrants for a decade before this because we all knew where this was going. But the FBI was doing it at that point.
So how does he have a claim?
So it reversed. It reversed the conviction because the conviction was based on the phone records, and the Supreme Court said, hey, you should have had a probable cause search warrant and you didn't. The phone records went away. So they had to retry Carpenter and prove the case without the phone records, which luckily they had a ton of evidence and they were able to do. So that's the first one is, should law enforcement have reasonably obtained a search warrant? And this is my hang up on the Kohberger case. And the answer is so simple. If law enforcement would have written a search warrant for what they were doing with IGG, it doesn't hurt anything. We can seal search warrants. I don't have to release it. I'm going to go back to my undercover days.
We can seal, like he's the judge.
In Arizona. So we had a lot of cartel cases on the border.
We can seal.
Yeah, he thinks he wears many hats, folks.
He's acting like an attorney, too.
Well, now he's talking about his undercover days, too.
Oh,
I thought Kathy Mabbitt, she's the coroner, she's an attorney, she's
we thought that was bad.
Defender.
Right.
He's got her beat.
Big time.
That's hilarious.
Oh my God.
We used to steal cars to wire them with GPS because we needed to get access on the car to get our GPS in there, right? So we would literally order the key from the manufacturer, and we would go steal cartel members' cars, and then we would plant the GPS in it, and then we recover it and give it back to them. It's a great scam. We wrote search warrants to ourselves so that we documented what we were doing, and there was transparency with legal.
So just so everybody catches on, he's telling the world how crooked he's been in the past, just so you know.
Oversight on our actions. When we allow the FBI to go through back doors and to kind of trick the system, and if you ask them, well, why didn't you write a search warrant to GED, match GED? Well, we didn't write the search warrant because they wouldn't have given us the info.
I think it was Heritage.
Well, it was Match and Heritage, so both of them. So the idea there is, man, if they reverse that, and then you get Steve Nye, and you talk about somebody who should not have been involved with this case. If you guys haven't seen his, you know who Steve is?
Jeff Nye?
Jeffrey Nye. Sorry,
Yeah,
Jeffrey
yeah.
Nye.
Okay.
Yeah.
He did an interview in August with Fox News. You guys have to go watch this interview, and he explains the.
I think he actually told this in purpose because Christy Dawn asked him, "What do you worry about?" And he said the same thing.
Who?
And yeah, I've
yeah.
I've worried about. It's not so much him explaining, because I agree with him. The entire case was hinged on the IGG. It's what he says towards the end when he says, and usually with these type of things, we can argue inevitable discovery. And what inevitable discovery is the Carpenter case. Yeah, we have these phone records and it helped put the case together, but take the phone records out, inevitably we still would have discovered all this stuff and we can prove the case. And that's why Carpenter is still in prison today, even though those records got thrown out.
Especially considering it went to Othram first and they found the right tree. They were on the wrong branch. And Leah Larkin herself testified in the Franks hearing that eventually it would have led to it.
No Franks hearing.
100%. The problem is Jeffrey Nye on Fox TV during that interview said, we didn't even argue inevitable discovery because there was no
Franks hearing. Am I wrong?
What Judge Hippler did. All right. There was this, remember back in January 25. All right. The transcripts on the court doc, if people want to look at it.
Right.
There were all of the motions to suppression under Fourth Amendment.
Right.
And that's
right.
where you had Payne testifying, and that's where he got to say, first time we heard of Kohberger was the 19th of December.
Right.
Well, the defense had a motion for a Franks hearing. Coincidentally, this is also an issue
Right.
in the Delphi appeal. Like with Delphi, what's going on there is he's trying to get the convictions overturned, or in the alternative to have a Franks hearing. Jerome Franks versus Delaware is the case.
Yes.
If you want to look it up. All right. So there was a pending motion for a Franks hearing, which is really difficult to get. It attacks the warrant affidavit. And so what Hippler said is, okay, being that we're all here on these suppression motions, that it's going to be like basically the same witnesses, I'll entertain some information here, but he did not. There was never a granting. As a matter of fact, he denied the motion for a Franks hearing. So there was no Franks hearing that was granted or not. We're waiting for the documents to be unsealed from late 2024 to see what the defense submitted in support. But of course, Judge Hippler stopped unsealing the case. And that's the problem. But there was never a Franks hearing.
Right.
Sorry, I just had to get that in.
No, it's good because that's what
Yeah, there wasn't a Franks hearing.
I was pretty sure. I know there was a hearing or a motion or a hearing for a Franks hearing, but not an actual Franks hearing, right?
Yeah, because Hippler denied it.
Wow, somebody needs to screenshot that face. That's a good freeze there.
That's what I said. I wrote that in the chat. I was like, look at Steve.
Oh my gosh. It would be great. Who was it? The Outcast, another podcast. He got a soundbite of Judge Hippler saying, and Cy-Ray's conspiracy theory supported by no evidence. This face with that soundbite.
Oh yeah. Yes. I'll tell you one thing too. I got to get together with Sam and Kristen and Ron on this after having him on and the interviews, because they did a great job trying to interview him and hearing their thoughts on what he's saying today and yesterday as compared to what he said on their panel. I really would like to have a discussion with them at this point because this is disgusting. It really is.
I bet they are freaking out, and I bet Ron's losing it.
I don't doubt it. I don't blame him either. Absolutely not.
We're all losing it, but especially all the time and stuff that they invested into that interview.
Yes.
It wasn't like, we're all covering this. We would have covered it anyway.
Of course.
They put a lot of, and how many hours was that interview? And it was just all bullshit.
Agreed. Yes, fully agreed. So I'm definitely going to try to reach out and get together with them again and see what their thoughts are at this point.
Send our sympathies to them.
100%.
Nothing that applied for it. And
now, mind you, those of you that maybe come in, this is a new interview. This isn't the one from yesterday. This is a secondary interview now that Bryan Enton has brought together. Jesse Weber did the other one. So completely different. And this one is, in my opinion, this is 100 times worse than yesterday's.
Oh,
so,
it is. Well, it's
without
not
a doubt
bad, but this one is insane. This is off the rails.
Right.
Like, dude, shut up. What are you saying? More importantly than even what Othram found, we have to remember on November 29th, Washington State University identified Bryan Kohberger and the vehicle, realized that he just swapped his plates for Washington plates, and notified Moscow PD. The idea that Bryan Kohberger would have been completely absent of this investigation minus IGG is absurd. All they had to do was follow up on credible leads. That's it. That's all.
The problem is, according to Detective Brett Payne, the Moscow Police Department didn't hear Bryan Kohberger's name until December 19th.
Exactly, which I don't believe. I don't believe that, but that's the point.
That's not true.
Here's another fun fact. The 19th of the 29th of November is the same day that Othram billed ISP for the first time, because they were just been. We had who was it? Sergeant Blacker, who took the DNA profile, not the sheath, the DNA profile from Meridian to Houston. Got off the plane, drove to Othram same day.
That's swab, right? Because they never took the sheath. Believe that or not. For those of you that didn't know that, it was a swab.
And we know that this is not how they got to his plates. We know that they conspired to have them run his plate, and he had already changed his plates, and they didn't know it.
Yeah, we need to talk to Curtis Whitman about that one.
Yeah, that's huge in my opinion.
And Daniel Tiango and Whitman.
Tiango, yes, absolutely.
Both of them, because one of them did call it a Pennsylvania plate. Unfortunately for him, Mr. Kohberger had already changed his plate to Washington by that time.
That's
Correct.
right.
And there was no way for them to say that they were just running his plate through the parking lot or whatever they claimed it was. We know that's not true. That's not possible because, yes, his plate was already changed to a Washington plate.
Exactly.
And see, and this just goes to show, I don't know if he's just not willing to do the additional effort and he's just being like everybody else and accepting what was told to him. I don't understand how he can just blindly say these things without anything.
Very good question and great point. Oops, sorry. Hold on.
Mistakes, and we can do better, and that's why we're here right now.
And you know, Steve, if you think about it, let's push that price up to $50K. When you look at the amount of money that was spent on this investigation and bang for the buck, spend the $50K. It's probably the best you're going to spend on this case because it's going to show that I think.
Oh, did that rewind?
I do have a question.
I'm sorry?
I don't think that's live. We were like way further ahead because remember Christy was already sitting there. I think it did.
Oh, it must have jumped back when
I think it jumped. Yeah, because I mean we were almost like
you're right.
keep going. Yeah.
Christy had just sat down.
Far. Yeah, we were
right here.
Yep, there we go.
Sorry about that, guys.
Identified Bryan Kohberger and the vehicle, realized that he just swapped his plates for Washington plates and notified Moscow PD. The idea that Bryan Kohberger would have been completely absent of this investigation minus IGG is absurd. All they had to do was follow up on credible leads. That's it. That's all they had to do.
Okay. So yeah, I think that we're on the same page.
And I'm not saying I ever think this thing gets reversed. What I'm saying is if you guys, as the victims in the case, in all of the victims' families, if you're not being told, hey, this could be 5, 6, 8, 10 years before this thing works itself out in the criminal justice system, you're being misled. The Carpenter
in other words, the Goncalves' own attorneys don't know what they're talking about. They need Cy
right
to be able to tell him how long this process might be.
Yes. Now he's an attorney, a judge, a case expert, crime scene investigator, police officer, amongst many other hats. Correct.
2011 arrest, that case came down in 2018. And that's just the appeals process. That's not even the initial case. So I think we're in for a very long ride on this. I think there's a lot of things that are going to still happen. I don't know that he's going to get his post-conviction relief. I think they're anticipating that. All that does is now it forces it into an appellate review.
He closed his eyes when
he said that. Review that I worry about.
I worry about the appellate. I worry about we. Wait, who's we? You think you're still on the defense team after this?
Right.
After what you've shown? We. Who's we? What does he mean with respect to Kohberger versus Idaho? What role does he play?
Now?
Yeah, Dago.
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Is he thinking he's part of the prosecution team?
Maybe he does.
He's going to be an advocate for the victims. What does he think?
What I think.
That's what it sounds like he's saying.
Team now, like he's with the Goncalves now. He's completely flipped. I'm with you. We're in this together now.
Yeah, he just puts himself right in with the prosecution now, or was he always there, guys? Let's think about that.
It's like he's inserting himself in this post-conviction relief
right.
option. I don't understand why or
sliding
how.
Sliding right in like a slimy piece of shit that he is.
I guess I'm not understanding that point either. How does a post-conviction relief force it to an appellate court? Because he won't even get a hearing. His argument is nothing but ineffective counsel, which was asked.
I love that she thinks she knows this. I love that she thinks she knows
requires the Idaho post-conviction relief statute requires you need to raise a first one, constitutional issue. Access to counsel, constitutional.
Yep.
The constitutional right to counsel. Not this. Is this what his counsel was all about? This?
It may be, but she's going to have a stroke when he actually gets a hearing for this.
Did you notice that he closed his eyes when he said that he doesn't, about when he was talking about, I think he's going to get post-conviction relief. He closed his eyes.
Of course.
And it's insane. He's telling so many things. Oh.
Well, when was this? Was this yesterday?
Yeah, because he posted it this morning.
Okay, because didn't he say a while back, he's in post-conviction relief. He doesn't have a new attorney. It's Ann Taylor. Judge Hippler posted the order yesterday, I'm trying to think when it was, late morning, early afternoon.
Early afternoon.
The order granting, right, Dago? It wasn't like it was last night or anything.
If it was early afternoon.
Knows anything about the case, he should have known that Judge Hippler not only granted Mr. Kohberger access to counsel for post-conviction relief, but he said, Mr. Kohberger, you've got it for however long you're in front of me for this entire case. You have access to counsel for this entire case, and it's not Ann Taylor. Dago, we got to put together a 100-word quiz. We got to put together a 100-word quiz on Idaho versus Kohberger and Kohberger versus Idaho. And until or unless these people, so-called journalists, can pass it, they should not have anything to do, set themselves up as having any knowledge regarding these cases.
Right. Well, hold on.
Spreading misinformation.
I agree with you fully, Cassie. She's talking about him having a hearing for the PCR. What he's been approved for is the to have counsel. That's what he was approved for thus far. I have not. Right. There hasn't been an approval or anything for the PCR yet.
Right. He's just for counsel. He's basically going 100% right now because he filed pro se. He filed the initial post-conviction relief, and then he filed a motion for counsel to represent him, which was a very smart move.
Right.
And but the statute says it's not guaranteed. It's not like in Idaho versus Kohberger where he was on trial for the crimes. Now this is for post-conviction relief, and Hippler granted it. Yeah. So there's no hearing that's been granted as of yet. We're expecting a motion to dismiss to come down the line, but he's going to have a better shot at a hearing now, that evidentiary hearing that he's represented by counsel, because they're going to put together the case with all the bells and whistles.
Yeah, I'm going to back it up so you can hear her, but she's talking about the hearing for that right there. The only thing he's been approved for thus far is for counsel, guys, which is good, but she thinks, she knows that he's going to get denied for everything going forward, which that's based on things people have told her. So it's a joke. It is a joke.
Big time.
5, 6, 8, 10 years before this thing works itself out in the criminal justice system, you're being misled. The Carpenter case, well, that was a 2011 arrest. That case came down in 2018. And that's just the appeals process. That's not even the initial case. So I think we're in for a very long ride on this. I think there's a lot of things that are going to still happen. I don't know that he's going to get his post-conviction relief. I think they're anticipating that. All that does is now it forces it into an appellate review. And it's the appellate review that I worry about.
Do you think that'll...
I guess I'm not understanding that point either. How does a post-conviction relief force it to an appellate court? Because he won't even get a hearing. His argument is nothing but ineffective counsel, which was asked in the plea questionnaire that he answered extensively to, as well as...
Do you see how much they've been lied to? How much they've been told? Don't worry, he's not going to get this. He's not going to get that. This won't happen. With what he has put forth thus far, I'm sure there's going to be other things that come with this. Once his attorney of sorts gets to be there, she's going to lose a grip on reality when this actually happens. Is all I'm saying.
These people are going to crumble.
I mean, they need to. This is why, Dago, you've been preparing people for this. You've been talking about post-conviction relief for a while. I've been doing it for a while. We've both been reporting on Hunter versus U.S., which they haven't even brought up yet. But the way the statute works, this is not a full-blown appeal. It is not like the Delphi case because Mr. Allen did not plead guilty. He was adjudicated guilty. He's got a full appeal. It's working its way through the system. Mr. Kohberger pled guilty, and Mr. Kohberger waived his appellate rights. So he's got a very narrow window,
right,
to be able to do. So he's filed for post-conviction. It attacks the sentence and the conviction. He has said he had ineffective assistance of counsel. That's the door in. That is the Sixth Amendment privilege to counsel. Then he has said he needed counsel. He's got counsel. You don't. It's not automatic with post-conviction relief.
No,
you don't get it. He's got it. Now his counsel, we're anticipating, is either going to file an amended petition with all the bells and whistles or the affidavits that are required in support.
Correct.
What they want to do is get to an evidentiary hearing. That's where you're going to see the likes of possibly Kohberger, possibly his mother, his father, possibly Ann Taylor, getting on the stand or submitting declarations, affidavits, and then Hitler is going to have to make a decision as to, does this guy get a new trial? Should this thing get thrown out or not? Once he makes that decision, denied, you're going to see Kohberger appeal. If it's granted, you may see the state appeal.
Exactly. And Cy's right, this could take some time, but what's going to happen, you guys, is Bryan, like Kathy just said, the evidentiary hearing is going to come into play. Then they're going to say, okay, what do we got here that you're claiming this, why you're claiming this, so on and so forth. And Bryan already put in his statement in the PCR that there are many things that went wrong within that plea talks, that need to be brought to light. Those are the things he's going to present. This was said, that was said, this was done, this is what I was told. They told me if I do this, this is going to happen. They told me to lie to make things better for me, blah, blah, blah. And his parents were in the hearing. Okay. So there is his witness to statement. And that's what's going to be played out there at that point. And either Hitler's going to approve or disapprove this. And it would be real smart of Hitler, in my opinion, to approve it if he wants to keep control of the situation. And if not,
100%.
Of course.
100%.
Absolutely, because he's already had his hands in this, okay? And that's why I believe he's going to approve this, because do you realize, think about it for a minute, if he allows this to go by the wayside, they're going to immediately file an appeal, and it's going to be thrown to the federal courts if it goes through, so on and so forth, and then Hitler has nothing to do with it at that point.
No, it's going to go to the state. No, right now it's in Hitler's district court.
That's what I'm saying.
If Hitler denies it, then it goes to the Idaho State Supreme Court.
That's what I'm saying. It goes up to the not federal, I'm sorry. Whatever. You know what I meant. But yeah. But that's what I'm saying. They're going to appeal it immediately if he denies it, and it's going to go up to the next level. And then it'll keep going upward at that point, which is what I want to happen to get this away from Hitler. But do I think that'll happen? Absolutely not.
No, because that will expose everything to him that he ignored.
That's exactly my point, because at that point, he has no control over what's going on. He can't keep everything on the DL. He can't hold on to things with his own hands. So that's what I think is going to happen. So
that's right. And if we could also, Dago, if we could change courses here in terms of, we know that he's arguing ineffective assistance of counsel. That was glaring. I mean, I've never seen allegations that was lied to, this, that, and the other. The other thing, one of the other things is he's saying that this was not a knowing and involuntary entering into the plea.
Correct.
Knowing, and we had pointed this out at least I guess it's over a year ago. Once that document, the waiver of constitutional, it's a 9-page document. July 3rd is when I think it's published on the docket. It's right after change of plea.
Yes.
2020. Take a look at it, and you tell me if you think that was voluntary. He's scribbling things out. He's saying that he was diagnosed with a mental health condition. There wasn't any psychiatrist who signed off on that form to make sure that he understood clearly what he was giving up.
No.
Hitler didn't raise it. So they were like, oh, well, he went to Judge Hitler and he said, is this voluntary? Well, if you have let's just say you have a medical condition and you don't know up or down, or I'm not saying that's what's here. How are you supposed to know if it's knowing or voluntary? Then, so there's that. He's also saying that this was knowing, not voluntary. And then we have the issue of Ann Taylor gets up in open court. Judge Stephen J. Hitler asks her a very important question. I think it's going to come back. Do you have all the discovery that you need or the defense needs in order to make this change of plea today?
Right.
Kind of smiled and said, yes, Your Honor. And people have said, oh, well, that was a ploy to help him avoid the DP. Well, number one, it doesn't appear to me that he fears the DP. And number two, she was asked the direct question from the tribunal. She does not have the luxury to say, something that's not truthful. For more than 2.5 years, we saw Ann Taylor file motions to compel discovery, attend hearings of discovery, ask for sanctions, all three judges, Marshall, Judge, and Hippler. And we don't have discovery, or it was given to us like this big plot of, and it's, we're looking for a needle in the haystack. And this is why I say it's not always Hippler, you guys, because Hippler at one time called her and said, if you're saying you don't have enough time, because she said, we can't have enough time, we need the trial delayed or whatever it is, then why did you take on a second DP case? And she did. Remember, there was a second DP case that she took on after Kohberger.
Yeah, Skylar Mead.
She didn't have a choice. She didn't have a choice. She's the only death penalty certified in that district.
No, you don't take on a case that you can't handle. Then they have to go out and take it. You don't take on a second case if you can't handle your first case. Then what she should have said is, I'm sorry, I'm tied up. I don't have discovery here. And they would go out and they would find someone who was DP eligible to represent Tyler Mead. But Hippler called her out on that. And I'm waiting to see if he asks her about discovery as well.
Why would she do that? Knowing that this was such a detailed case. Crazy.
I don't agree with that, because knowing that she is the only one, the only other ones are down in southern Idaho, and they didn't ask for a change of venue. They wouldn't have brought somebody up from southern Idaho.
Your position is that she should have taken on a second case when she was representing Mr. Cope. No, let me finish my question, please. She should have taken on a second case when she knew she had Mr. Kohberger first, because she's the only DP certified attorney, rather than say, you know what, I got my hands full here. We're getting ready to go to trial. This is a DP case too. I can't take on a second one.
I don't think she was given the luxury of turning it down. I think she was appointed.
I don't think
she didn't ask for it.
Yeah, but do you have to accept a case?
No, you don't. No, you don't. She went into private practice, and it might have been because now I have two cases to bill instead of just one.
She wasn't in private practice then, though. When she was appointed, Skylar.
I might have to go. I'll catch up with you later. Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate you. Okay. Oh, I don't know how that all went down or whatever, but either way, moving forward.
It's just my opinion. I guess.
Oh, I understand. No worries.
Guess can't have one.
It's fine.
Life in prison isn't what I thought it was going to be. And I was, quote unquote, threatened by the idea of death row. There's no other meat.
Hair in Ethan's hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Clumps of hair, which we know is completely fabricated. That's not reality. And his own defense, Ruth Ballard, testified on the 23rd of January that it was consistent with Ethan's own hair. So he can't say that that's exculpatory, because obviously the prosecution didn't withhold that from them. So that doesn't work out either. So I guess I'm not understanding from how we get to, he's not even going to get a hearing. Mark my words. Let's say that I'm wrong. He gets a hearing. How does that throw it into an appellate when he's not asking for his plea waiver to be removed? He's asking for his guilty plea to be removed.
He's not a lawyer, yeah.
I'm sorry.
He's an officer trying to help us.
Please, if you don't know.
No, I get it. I would be so frustrated. In fact, I would be like, just please release the guy. The only thing I ask.
That's why they won't talk to us.
That's how I feel. Just release. Let's just release him.
Yeah, they won't talk to us because these are the kind of questions that we give to Thompson, and Thompson just, his eyes start darting.
But I don't think that it's not an unfair question. Like you said, I don't know that Cy has the answer, but that's what Olivia's asking is really the question. I mean,
here's the thing that we have to keep in mind. The post-conviction relief that he's seeking right now is going to go before Hippler. And I agree with you 100%, Olivia. He's going to turn it down. He's not even going to get a hearing. He can appeal that. This is where Garza versus Idaho comes in. he can say, hey, Hippler's already jaded on this. He's part of the problem. I need
the ladder
side of that initial team to look at this. It's a long road. They're going to have to file their stuff just right. At some point, he's going to have to get a real attorney to get on board. All I'm saying is if nobody's telling you guys that this is possible, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying it's possible, that they're not prepping you guys. The same thing about, hey, if we take this plea deal, we can bring closure to this case. No, it just
exactly that. They told us the opposite. They said, if you guys go with Steve and go for the death penalty, you're going to have hell to pay. But if you just go with old Thompson over here, all your problems go away. And he pleads to it, and you all just go riding into the sunset. And now they're all like, I didn't think he could appeal.
Hashing old news.
Yeah. What's that?
Hashing old news.
Well,
That's Dad.
We're still talking to people that are calling me. Like I just had Randy, he couldn't appeal. And we're like,
well, because it's not an appeal. It's post-conviction relief, and it's going to be denied. Because here's the thing. He could have requested relief in the form of having his plea waiver removed, which would have been a hell of a lot more likely for a judge to say, yeah, sure, whatever, have your appeals back. But he didn't do that. He asked for his guilty plea removed, which logically makes no sense, which is why I think Ann Taylor's not behind this at all.
She's going to lose the grip on reality when this all comes out to play the completely opposite of what she thinks it is.
She is completely delusional. I feel so bad for these people. Whoever
they
is
have
telling
been,
them,
they have been so gaslit. You are correct.
Yeah, this is insane. They are gonna be. They may lose it. I mean, seriously, this is gonna be awful. They have no freaking idea.
No, she's going to blow a gasket, folks. Look at her now.
Already losing, and she's already losing it. Look at her. I mean, she's just.
That's what I mean.
Doesn't even know what she's talking about. Well, we know he's not going to get it. Okay, well then why are you worried then?
And the next step has already been like it's already. She said, like, no, he's not going to get it, and then all of a sudden, he permits the next step. It's like, come on now.
No, it's going to blow. The top is going to blow up because she thinks she knows something. And I said before that these people have been gaslit from day one. They have been told one thing when it's completely another thing. They were told this will be fine, just like Steve just said. Go with this, and everything will be fine. And then everything gets locked in, and then here we sit. And it's not going to play out the way they think it's going to. That's the sad thing. And he's over here trying to gaslight them to make them feel better. Well, keep doing that, sire. You're going to make an enemy again. So when you're proven wrong. Welcome back, Moto. This is nuts.
Agreed. Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Moto.
Hey. So, did I miss anything?
Ann Taylor signed an affidavit today.
The relief that he's asking for isn't asking if they're trying to buy more time. Give him a route to appeals. Say, just remove my plea or just remove my appeals waiver. But you're trying to remove.
Did you just say Ann Taylor signed an affidavit today?
What did you say? I didn't hear.
Did Christy just say Ann Taylor signed? Did Christy just say Ann Taylor signed an affidavit today?
No. That's Olivia talking, by
What
the way.
did she say?
I'll play it back. Hold on.
For a very long ride on this. I think there's a lot of things that are going to still happen. I don't know that he's going to get his post-conviction relief. I think they're anticipating that. All that does is now it forces it into an appellate review. And it's the appellate review that I worry about.
Do you think that'll...
I guess I'm not understanding that point either. How does a post-conviction relief force it to an appellate court? Because he won't even get a hearing. His argument is nothing but ineffective counsel, which was asked in the plea questionnaire that he answered extensively to, as well as life in prison isn't what I thought it was going to be. And I was, quote unquote, threatened by the idea of death row. There's no other meat.
Hair in Ethan's hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, clumps of hair, which we know is completely fabricated. That's not reality. And his own defense, Ruth Ballard, testified on the 23rd of January that it was consistent with Ethan's own hair. So he can't say that that's exculpatory because obviously the prosecution didn't withhold that from them. So So that doesn't work out either. So I guess I'm not understanding from how we get to, he's not even going to get a hearing. Mark my words. Let's say that I'm wrong. He gets a hearing. How does that throw it into an appellate when he's not asking for his plea waiver to be removed? He's asking for his guilty plea to be removed.
He's not a lawyer, yeah.
I'm sorry.
He's an officer trying to help us.
Please, if you don't know.
No, I get it. I would be so frustrated. In fact, I would be like, just please release the guy. The only thing I ask.
That's why they won't talk to us.
That's how I feel. Just release. Let's just release him.
Yeah, they won't talk to us because these are the kind of questions that we give to Thompson, and Thompson just his eyes start darting.
But I don't think that it's not an unfair question, like you said. I don't know that Cy has the answer, but that's what Olivia's asking is really the question. I mean,
here's the thing that we have to keep in mind: the post-conviction relief that he's seeking right now is going to go before Hippler, and I agree with you 100%, Olivia. He's going to turn it down. He's not even going to get a hearing. He can appeal that. This is where Garza versus Idaho comes in. He can say, "Hey, Hippler's already jaded on this. He's part of the problem. I need the latter side of that initial team to look at this. It's a long road. They're going to have to file their stuff just right. At some point, he's going to have to get a real attorney to get on board. All I'm saying is if nobody's telling you guys that this is possible, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying it's possible that they're not prepping you guys. The same thing about, hey, if we take this plea deal, we can bring closure to this case. No, it just
exactly that. They told us the opposite. They said, if you guys go with Steve and go for the death penalty, you're going to have hell to pay. But if you just go with Thompson over here, all your problems go away. And he pleads to it, and you all just go right in.
Can I say something?
Now they're all like,
yes, sir.
So, I mean, I'm probably going to regret saying this, but this is why I think the G's are completely fucking stupid. So, you know, all along, they've said they've wanted nothing more than the death penalty, right? And, I mean, when Hippler, it was right when Bryan was in court getting his plea deal, Hippler explained, he said, listen, if you essentially break this plea agreement, then you're going to have to face the death penalty. Okay, well, this is Christy and Steve's big moment to get exactly what they ultimately wanted was
a trial
for Kohberger.
Yes.
So for them to actually fight this is beyond ridiculous because
they're
fighting against themselves.
Agreed. Nobody understands it. Nobody.
That's so funny, Moto, because I actually commented that on Facebook. Of course, nobody gives a shit what I say on Facebook, but I actually said that same exact thing. Like,
right.
You realize that you might get your death penalty that you always wanted. Hello.
Right, and you know what? Maybe if you open the case back up, you might get some truth that you want to hear, or you might learn something a little bit more, or maybe there's something that will bring some closure to you if it turns out that he is guilty. But at this point in time, like, these people should just shut their mouths and hope that he does get the appeal that he's asking for, because then this case will actually have to face trial. Anyways, that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I think that, I'm thinking back to when, Thompson was like, yeah, we did this so that the families can move on and, get the closure they need and blah, blah, blah. And then now, it's like reverse Uno, it's things are now we're going in a different direction like we were headed to begin with. And, and so they kind of, I don't know if it's because they got settled into the guilty plea, and then now they're just moving on and doing what they're doing or what. But, I think that, they weren't satisfied with that plea deal. They were very vocal about that. And, they wanted to see the due process. They wanted things to see evidence. They wanted to see things that, and hear things that they hadn't. So, to me, yeah, I think that, a lot of what they're saying definitely conflicts with, their first, their initial stance. So it's kind of strange. I'm trying to see where the correlation is. Like, where did that shift? Is it because they were settled in and ready to move on and heal, or is it because of something else?
Are you there, Dago?
What the hell happened?
I don't know. I'm confused.
Maybe you had to run and do something. I don't know.
Anyway, yeah, she's losing it. Olivia, I mean, this is so sad.
I think they lost it a long time ago. I don't think they ever fucking had it.
Well, no, and whoever's in their ear is lying to them, and that's a huge thing.
Yeah, it is a huge thing because they keep pushing the narrative that they want them to push. So of course they're going to keep whispering sweet nothings in their fucking ears. It's not. I mean, to think anything else is you're just lying to yourself.
Yeah, I don't know who they're talking to, but this is wild.
Well, I don't think they've ever actually done their own research. To tell you the truth, I don't think they've read a
They just go
document.
by whatever somebody is telling them.
Absolutely, some lawyer or whatever, but
Yeah,
I think the lawyer's just telling them that because they want a payday, right? They want their
for sure.
twice monthly checks. It is what it is.
They're telling them what they want to hear instead of telling them the truth.
Exactly.
I mean, they're not even thinking about the fact of what this actually means, and they're not even there.
Well, I mean, let me put it to you this way. If I was a parent, and I'm not, by the way, I don't have kids. I don't know what it's like to have children, but I would like to assume that if I did, that if something happened to them like this, then, I would be fighting to, I'd be fighting tooth and nail to know the entire truth, not just what somebody tells me is the truth when there's evidence that show otherwise, right?
Absolutely. I mean, even if I want to say if I had more than 10 or so people coming to me saying that there's something wrong, and then now to this point where we have thousands of people telling them that they need to look into this and they still aren't, it's just insane.
Well, I mean, it would be one thing if, there was a blurb and a spit about it one day to the next, but I mean, you got people like Lana that are doing real hardcore and investigative research, and people that are on the Discord that are spending a lot of time and putting a lot of passion into it. You think you might, because these people are putting so much time in what they believe is the truth and that he's guilty, you might, if you were on the other side of this, you might think to take a look. It might be.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and wouldn't you even just like that's actually what fueled my curiosity was, well, why do all these people think that he didn't do it? Like, that's how I got into this. I was thinking that. I mean, so I'm just a critical thinker, I guess. And it goes back to what Kathy was saying, that, you can't just blindly believe what you're told.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not a critical thinker or anything like that.
Yeah, you are, because you're.
I'm not a very intelligent person, but I'll say
you
this.
Are. Yeah, you are.
I'll say this. The simple fact that they're missing the entire point on this is it's ridiculous. And the fact the real big issue and why it perturbs me so much about this is because I honestly think that paycheck means more to them than what really matters.
I'm with you, Moto. Where
I get it.
I would want, if it was my, God forbid, it was my kid.
Because with so much evidence, documents, facts, and questions left unanswered, do you really think, if you cared about, would you really go against it? Even though there was a financial benefit to do it.
Well, let me ask you this, though. Let me ask this, Moto. Because the fact that they are going against it, okay? The fact that they're going against it makes me think that they doubt. I think that, let me put it this way. I think they worry that Bryan's going to win this appeal.
Yeah, I think they're terrified, actually.
That is exactly what I think they're scared of. That's why I think they're reacting like this. Because otherwise, why would you challenge it?
If he wins the appeal, they win the truth and they win closure. If he doesn't win the appeal, they win money.
And that's the thing. That's the other part of it is if he wins and say, for instance, Bryan gets released on a loophole or even just goes to trial and wins, whatever. Guess what they don't get? That lawsuit disappears.
Their WSU money.
That lawsuit disappears. So that's sad to say that, and I really don't want to think that way, but what other choice do we have when we see what they do?
Not that I think they're going to win anyway, but...
I agree. But I think they've been gaslit by so many people that they truly believe everything that they believe in because everybody says this shit to them. Yeah. And it's so ridiculous at that point. There's Jules. What's happening, Jules? I finally had permission to say this. The Kohbergers, thank y'all for y'all's support. And his mother wanted to add, the entire family believes Kohberger's innocent. Keep fighting. See y'all. Thank you so much, sis.
That's awesome, Jules. Yes.
Thank you.
Jules.
Thank you. And I can't wait till Saturday, hon. Looking forward to it. And you let her know, and all of them that we do fully advocate and support them. I just said this yesterday. We're here for them. And we'll continue fighting forward. So thank you, Jules. Very much appreciated, hon.
I'm just so glad that they feel comfortable now to speak out as well.
They've been silent the whole time. They haven't really been able to speak. And I think
it's because they don't
want to be loudmouths. They don't want to feed.
They're very sweet people.
Yes, you private people.
You heard very sweet people. You heard Mel, like she was more worried about the victims' families than she was about her own family. And that says a lot.
Yes. And the dad seemed like really cool, even just from the video that we were able to see.
Yes,
he seemed like a really friendly guy.
Absolutely. They're very good people, a good family. No matter what the outcome of this is, I still I'm begging people to advocate for them because they need as much support as they can get. So
absolutely. They didn't do anything.
Nothing at all.
I mean, come on.
That is correct. So thanks, Jules, for saying that, hon, and let them know we feel the same going back the other direction, hon. 100% she is. Just in her interview I know you've spoken to her, but like that interview, you could tell like she was all about everybody else but them. And that's how it tells you who a person is, in my opinion. So,
and that just goes to show they did not, after her interview, they did not need to come and speak again.
No.
She said everything that needed to be said. She said it beautifully. She said it with respect and facts. And that was exactly how you handle these situations with class.
Right. That's it. That's 100% it. Blue Eyed, this Saturday, the verdict room, our guest is going to be Miss Jules again, joining us as we break this down. The verdict room show. Me, myself, Mikey, Miss Logan, and Jules will be there.
Nice.
So make sure you're there for it because it's going to be an awesome show. All right, on we go with this.
I didn't think he could appeal.
Hashing old news.
What's that?
Hashing old news.
Well,
that's Dad.
We're still
she is such a snob.
Talking to people that are calling me, like I just had Randy, he couldn't appeal. And we're like,
well, because it's not an appeal. It's post-conviction relief, and it's going to be denied. Because here's the thing. He could have requested relief in the form of having his plea waiver.
You see how she likes to take charge of everything? She thinks she knows everything. Keeps saying, he can't appeal. He can't. Yes, he can. Yes, he can. He absolutely can appeal.
Ew, if I would never talk to my dad like that, by the way.
Nope.
I would be like, this is so disrespectful. Oh, it's gross.
She thinks she runs things. She thinks, and she is a massive bully for sure. She thinks she runs things. End of story.
Removed, which would have been a hell of a lot more likely for a judge to say, yeah, sure, whatever, have your appeals back. But he didn't do that. He asked for his guilty plea removed, which logically makes no sense, which is why I think Ann Taylor's not behind this at all.
I read something that Ann Taylor signed an affidavit today.
The relief that he's asking for isn't asking.
Okay, so yes, Christy, I didn't hear it the first time. So yes, Christy did say that Ann Taylor signed an affidavit today. So I didn't know that.
I wonder what that was about.
Hopefully we'll find out soon. Hopefully we'll find out because I'm dead curious to know about that.
Look at her though. She covered her mouth like she wasn't supposed to say that.
Mm-hmm. Right, and now look at Olivia's body language when she did that.
Like, Mom, I told you that you need to shut up.
Right.
And we're like,
well, because it's not an appeal, it's post-conviction relief, and it's going to be denied. Because here's the thing, he could have requested relief in the form of having his plea waiver removed, which would have been a hell of a lot more likely for a judge to say, yeah, sure, whatever, have your appeals back. But he didn't do that. He asked for his guilty plea removed, which logically makes no sense, which is why I think Ann Taylor's not behind this at all.
Because he wants a trial, you nitwit.
I read something that Ann Taylor signed an affidavit today.
The relief that he's asking for isn't asking, if they're trying to buy more time, give him a route to appeals. Say, just remove my plea or just remove my appeals waiver. But you're trying to remove your plea, which is never going to happen because of the questionnaire that Hitler gave. It was incredibly extensive, and everything that he brings up in his motion was covered. So unless you're just like feigning amnesia, and unless he truly is just even more stupid than I thought that he was, and I truly thought that this man was stupid, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, and understand
a toddler throwing a tantrum.
Them turning down this first motion.
I truly and honestly cannot stand her.
Cringe. That is.
I'm sorry. I can't.
And then their parents laugh. Do you see them?
I know.
It's like they all feed into each other. They're just
absolutely. That's the word right there. Feeding the ego, feeding it. That's the problem.
It is what it is. It's so. Oh my God. Anyway.
Yeah. And what are they afraid of? I mean, if he's guilty and they still claim to have, evidence against him, let it play out.
All respect. Right. All respect due to their loss, beyond that, this is just, they're so hard to deal with, especially her.
Yeah. Well, definitely, not minus the, the sensitivity, obviously. I mean, that's there. It's just, that's a horrible thing. We know this was a horrible, horrible thing. But, in going with, these interviews and things that are being said and, the back and forth, it's like, let's just boil it down to, what is your fear? What are you afraid of? And, just let it play out because this could, if he is indeed guilty, okay, then this is going to turn out better.
If he's guilty, then you'll get your death penalty wish that you had, and you should be happy to sit back and let things happen. But I think they know that's the thing. Realizes I think they have no pun intended, but I think they realize. I think they realize that this is dangerous, and it's very likely a possibility. So whether
you're right.
Whether she wants, I think that's why she's so angry right now, saying what she's saying, is that she knows that. Well, it's possible. That's all I'm saying. So
yeah,
and she's not paying attention either. She's not paying attention to what because he said that Anne would basically, what did he say, like lay on a sword for him or something like that. So if he's gonna lay on a sword, and she's like, oh, she doesn't even believe in him. So you can't have it both ways. Cannot have it both ways.
No, exactly.
For the post-conviction relief is another log on the fire for the bigger appeal issue. We're not done with these motions being filed. I think in the next 60, 90 days, like I'm saying, we're going to see a lot more start coming out of the woodwork. This is just step one to get that. There is a very
That's step one.
There's a very intricate, very well planned out road that the defense is going to go down here. We're just getting started.
Yeah, the minute they thought they were going to do a plea, they probably had a whole exit strategy to be like, this is what we're going to do. And they sold that to him.
So he's not.
What? Look, she's pissed. She is
so pissed.
Off. Yeah, she won't even look at the camera. She's that pissed off. This is kind of comical.
There is a very
That's step one.
There's a very intricate, very well planned out road that the defense is going to go down here. We're just getting started.
Yeah, the minute they thought they were going to do a plea, they probably had a whole exit strategy to be like, this is what we're going to do. And they sold that to him.
So he's not selling out Anne right now? Anne's part of this?
Anne's this is just total.
You can just talk.
That's Side's theory. That's Side's theory.
Yeah, we're just spitballing right here.
Yeah.
I've always thought the same thing, honestly. I'm like, how do we know that she's not in on this? Say, hey, we're going to do this. Then after a few months, you're going to file, inadequate,
ineffective
counsel.
Just an attorney saying, yes, I was ineffective. Like you're looking at motions. You're looking at the evidence that was, attempted to be suppressed. You're looking at, there's so much more than goes into it than just an attorney being like, yeah,
she's essentially going to lay down on the knife, right?
I'm still stuck on what Cy started this whole conversation with, and Christy wasn't here, but that if they had done more digging and processing with the digital stuff, that Cy believes that there's evidence that Kohberger was in the living room at King Road based on the data he had. Like, did you guys know that? Did I just miss that somewhere?
I knew he was following these girls and stalking them online, but they refused. Nobody investigated if there was an online connection.
Are we talking about that night? That night he was in the living room?
No, Cy thinks previously. Based on the.
Oh, gee, look at that. He finally had to clarify that after that entire argument last night about previous to this. Okay. And there nobody investigated the stalking, but Bill Thompson did jumping jacks for fucking 20 minutes, turning purple, screaming about there was absolutely no fucking there was no stalking, and that were his words. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Yep. Absolutely.
Data that he has from the defense.
So fucking terrifying.
Out because we just skirted on past it.
Sorry, I've been thinking about that.
No. You're right.
I'm like, did I miss that somewhere and you guys secretly knew, or I didn't?
Oh, I'm going to go a little bit off script here too, and I could be wrong. And this is where I was asking about the VICAP report and all the questions to family and friends, which I can't find any reporting being done.
Never happened.
The little bit that I have dug into, I also believe it's possible that Bryan Kohberger could have been at that house at certain times and not necessarily even been noticed. I think he could have blended in very easy. A large group of guys specifically, but a large group of college kids hanging out around the house may not have triggered what everybody thinks necessarily. I'm not saying that there's evidence of him breaking in the middle of the night and snooping around the house. I believe there's evidence of him late at night being at, near, or in the house, but it's also at high traffic times in that general area. And I believe he could have blended in really easy. The other thing I'm going to throw back to Steve that is just mind-numbing.
Except for her friend said that they would notice an outsider. If there was an outsider, they would notice. So that
No, he had on his Harry Potter invisibility cloak. That's why they didn't see him.
That's right. Okay.
Yes, just so you know.
I got you.
This is some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
This is like out of control.
These kids know their circle. They know the people they hang out with. They know the people that are there with them on a regular basis. We know who they are. Okay, we know who their circle is.
We can pick them out.
Neighbors.
Exactly.
100%. So if some guy is standing in the midst of this group that they've never seen before, nor do they know, it's going to be known. Okay. Other people
said that.
Other people would know that. So what he just said is so stupid to me. It makes no sense.
He does, again, talking out of his ass. He has no idea what he's saying.
Yes. Again, trying to gaslight them so that they'll feel better about him, period.
I believe he's a serial killer. I believe that was the intent here.
He's a serial killer, too.
Whoa.
Spree, if you will. And
he's a serial killer.
Whoa,
now Brian's
whoa.
a serial killer.
Like, oh my God. Like, this is getting ridiculous.
This is insane.
What are you talking about?
Sue him for this.
This
First of
is
all,
lawsuit material right here.
This is what I'm right here.
First of all, there's no proof of that anywhere at all. Number one. Number two, if hypothetically he really is guilty, right? Which we already know that there's more than one person involved in this. But even if it would be considered a mass killing, not serial killing. It's
exactly. It is a mass killing.
Thing.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a mass killing. It's not a
serial killing. Exactly.
What I want to know, though,
I should know that.
Over everything, you guys, is how the fuck he's getting away with this right now. How is this legal?
This has been my thing. That's exactly what I said earlier. Like, how half the things that are being said and like, how is that even legal? Like, how could that even be, it like not be dealt with in some way, in a legal way? This is really bad. Like,
exactly.
I think
infuriating.
I think that he is calling Ann's bluff. I really do. He literally looked into the camera when he was talking about Ann. I don't know. I think he's doing this to mess with her. He wants to see if she'll send him a letter. I really believe that. Like, if she's going to react to this, I think he wants her to show her cards.
Maybe he is trying to provoke a response.
I don't know. I don't know.
But I don't know if he's that smart. To be honest, I think he's just.
Maybe.
I think he's crazy, is what I think. That's my.
Oh,
my
he's definitely
opinion.
gone crazy. He's just as bad as this one down here. So yeah.
I can't help but laugh because I don't know what else to do.
This is insane.
I'm just like, I'm watching a 3-ring circus here.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Necessarily, I'm not saying that there's evidence of him breaking in the middle of the night and snooping around the house. I believe there's evidence of him late at night being at, near, or in the house, but it's also at high traffic times in that general area. And I believe he could have blended in really easy. The other thing I'm going to throw back to Steve that is just mind-numbing to me is there is a pattern of him looking at multiple houses. I believe he's a serial killer. I believe that was the intent here, was he was going to start his serial killer spree, if you will. And one thing you have to understand about the psychology of serial killers is part of what drives them, part of what fuels what they're doing is the randomness of selecting victims, watching victims and thinking in their head what they could do. That is a huge piece of serial killers. And I think he had multiple targets throughout the entire Moscow Pullman area. And when you look at his phone at night, that's what he's doing. He is going around hitting these different houses, watching people.
What the heck?
So if he wouldn't have got caught for this, he was going to kill multiple other victims throughout Moscow area.
Yes, but we'll already call him a serial killer because that's what he was going to do.
Right.
So that's Cyray's, let's see, that's Cyray's criminologist hat now. Now he's a
Well,
criminologist.
that's why I said now he's a psychologist because he knows exactly what Brian's thinking.
Yeah.
This
Trying to
is
tell us what a
absolute.
serial killer is.
I'm telling you guys, this is the fucking Twilight Zone. This is insane.
Sorry.
Yep. When you start questioning your own sanity, that's when you know it's just gone off the rails.
Oh shit! I gotta hurry this up. I have a doctor's appointment coming up.
Interacting with them potentially. I cannot find any history.
Bingo. That's what my next question was going to be. Where the hell is this affidavit? I want to see every bit of this in a document. If not, shut the fuck up.
Where somebody's taken the phone records and mapped out all these locations and then gone to law enforcement reporting to say, hey, what reports of a prowler, suspicious person, stalking type behavior? Like, just give us all the calls for service in these different areas and see.
There aren't any. Moscow don't take reports. Sorry, bud.
Can we match up? Hey, he keeps going back to this other house on the northeastern side of Moscow. Oh, weird. The neighbor across the street has called in 3 times about a white car. Like, how does that change this investigation dramatically? And these are some of those things that I keep saying are just completely absent from this investigation. And the only reason I'm saying all of this part, Olivia, is I want him to get the appeal. I say, let's bring it on. Get a new trial. But let's do it right. Let's get the right investigators involved, and let's let's go show the world just how depraved this guy was. Let's bring back the death penalty, make it happen. I worry that they don't do that and they fall back on this. Well, he's not going to get the appeal. We're not worried about it. Oh, crap. He made the first hurdle. He's not going to make the second hurdle. We're okay. And then all of a sudden we find ourselves in a position 5 or 6 years from now that there is a real possibility of a new trial, and they haven't done anything to patch the holes from the first round. And that's where I've been very vocal with anybody who will listen. The time is now to start this investigation over, to do it, just document it, get it done. It's not a crazy expense. I mean, we've done everything at our own expense. I probably have.
We'll probably see whatever Ann signed yesterday within the next few days, I'll guess.
Have about 50,000 invested in my Kohberger nonsense at this point. Like, there's people like myself and other people and stuff that you guys are doing that you can do this the right way. I think it's all about getting a mental mindset of where this thing can go, being very real and truthful with the victims' families to explain, hey, here's a number of scenarios. And even if it's a 1% chance, it's something that we need to discuss. And hey, how do you combat this? If lightning strikes twice here, how do we make sure this guy never walks? Because that, at the end of the day, is the real goal here. This is why I've been so outspoken, is we can never allow somebody like this to walk, especially
four murders. The FBI told me, they looked at me like, Steve, I know you're concerned, but do you think somebody with 4 murders is going to walk? We have to do everything perfectly. And it was crazy that when you told.
And the funny, craziest shit in this is they'll never look at the fact that this all could be happening because he might actually be innocent. No, never could they look at that. No,
that's not even an option, Dago. Like
it could never be that
on the radar. They can't even. And
no.
Look, did you see poor Christy? When he keeps saying years from now, I actually feel very bad for her. And
I agree.
She is like, I don't know. And her face showed me, I don't know if I can handle this for another 8 years or 10 years. Like I really feel
most people couldn't. Most people couldn't.
I know.
And that's the thing. Like I said, they refuse to look at this as though, is it possible he might be innocent and they really did screw this up that bad? Because you got Captain Gaslighter, Mr. Integrity up here, lighting their asses up saying, oh, it's him. It was him. It's him. It's always going to be him. It's him, to keep them floating. That's exactly what he's doing. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see how that plays out at the end of this. It's a joke.
Told me that you felt like there was more mistakes on that side. I was just like, and that was the side I was almost going with. If the other families would have told me, kick Kaylee out and you guys go do your own thing, I would have. But they were like, no, we want you to be the loudmouth and pretend like we don't like you. But the truth is, if you're not here, we're all in fucking trouble because now we got to get our heads out of the sand,
So you don't think?
Congrats, Tomboy, on 34 months plus 12. Okay, whatever. 34, 44, 45, 46 months. Happy Dagoversary, dear. Thank you for being part of our family and the team. Of course, we love you and appreciate you. Thank you for doing the math.
It was just
making sure I hit your points there.
Sorry, what were you going to say, Christy?
So you don't think it was just, sometimes I think that people just put too much thought into it. And I think, look, he happened to spot one of the girls at some point in time. He started following them to their house, started watching them, found out that it was, a house full of girls. Perfect for him, score, everything that he was, really needing and wanting.
Oh, look at little Miss Snob over here shaking
her head. No, the whole, and being so rude again.
Right. Disrespectful to her own parents.
Swaying her entire body.
And he, started planning on, murder and, obviously had his knife and whatnot. And finally that night he just pulled the trigger and went in. I mean, I don't understand why everybody thinks it's so elaborate. You know what I'm saying?
Well, because that house is a dead end road surrounded by other houses. Okay.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Mom. He decided back before he ever moved to Washington that he was going to kill someone. He decided back he was going to kill multiple someones if he was able to continue getting away with it. Okay.
Why?
Wow. Capital W. Wow.
Oh my God.
These people are fucking delusional.
I can't. Right now,
This is insane. It is truly insane.
So now,
in that house
not only
after
is he going
1.
to kill
He
people,
didn't walk out after 4. He didn't anticipate this. He thought he'd be way better at it than he was. But part of his game is that he's a hunter. So it gave him an adrenaline boost to see them out in public, to follow them without them knowing, to do these things until that was no longer giving that drug hit wasn't enough. Until
100%.
it just kind of became this. He knew he had to do this. There was no getting out of it. He had a separate bank account with money that he had put in there that he hadn't touched, and he was broke as a joke. It's not like he had a ton of money to spare. Starts using it in
Fantasy fun.
Fantasy 101, because at the end of the day, he's just an addict. And the drug that he's chased has always just been different. First, it was health and workout and this and that. And then it was, this grandiose that he's healing his, autoimmune disorders because he's so smart and this and that. And it at one point it was heroin even. He's an addict that has always been obsessive and addicted to something. And he became addicted to this idea of chasing this high of killing someone. It wasn't personal to him.
100%. You couldn't have said that better. 100%. I agree with you. And if he ever does walk, he will kill again.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We know they investigated him back in Pennsylvania, and it didn't go anywhere, but they definitely were concerned.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
he
I think
escalated predatory behaviors until they no longer fulfilled his needs.
So I didn't get Thorn Road right, but was that close? Was that closer than Payne's little loop?
Oh, stop it.
That's terrible. It's about, if you look at where Thorn is and the road comes down, it kind of 95 doglegs around.
Okay.
Dogleg, it starts to go straight again. It's the third dirt road after that one. There's a farm that sits right on 95 right there. And that's where he worked his way back up to Thorn, and then he came back down. So he goes across up to Thorn Creek and then back down around, and he actually shoots out back onto, I think it's 195.
That was definitely close. And
It's
AI
not
helped me because
we
I was
never-
trying to pull the timestamps all together with the 448, and 448 was my
We
source
never
of truth.
anticipated that he was stopped there. Cy Ray said that he was stopped there for about 10 minutes. We never anticipated that long of a gap that he was stopped there. We always
Yeah.
1 to 2 minutes. So the timeline that we had
Gone farther down than he's probably needs to be.
Yeah. So it's
From
not
the
it's not
house-
fault.
From the house to where he stopped, I want to say it was like 14.5 miles. And you saw the rate of speed he was leaving the neighborhood at. I have no reason to believe he's not driving 65, 70 probably on the road. There's a solid 10 to maybe 15, depending on how fast he drove. And again, the part I can't stress enough is he goes back to that exact same spot where he stopped the next night.
Yeah, because he dumped his stuff right
He
there. and
did?
came
Yeah,
back
he
where
goes
was
back.
at.
Holy
And then goes through the Snake River.
And then as soon as he's there, he goes down to the Snake River, and he doesn't spend any time. He goes to Snake River, and then immediately he's back up 195.
So you think he left the stuff there and went back and got it the next day and then dumped it in the river?
Yeah, and I'll give you guys my theory.
That's some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. That would make no
proof of
sense.
that. There's no proof of that.
No,
Hey, Jago?
and yes, sir.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
These people don't know what they're talking about. Have they ever met Bryan? Have they ever spoke to Bryan?
No, never.
They're just talking out of their ass like it's fact?
Like they know him.
Like they knew exactly what he was
absolutely.
thinking and
Right.
What
Why would
exactly
somebody-
he was doing?
Right. Why would somebody go the night of and leave things in a specific place, go home, and then come back the next day, pick those things up, and then go do something with them then instead of that same night? Why would you not do it then?
Listen, if somebody's trying to improve their life by, not doing drugs or exercising, staying healthy, going to school, do you really want to commit murder and ruin your life?
Not usually, no.
Anyways, fuck it.
I know you're right. You're right.
Yeah, you are. And according to them, they can't go. You can't shop at night either.
Nothing.
So that's also, you're also a killer then.
All right.
none
So
of-
how many people, work the night shift and go shopping at, I don't know, 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, well, I mean, a lot of people
don't
do.
like people and you want to shop in the evening. I don't know. Who knows?
People that work night shift though, like I know people that work midnights that get off, or that are normally on like night shift that when they do have days off, that's what their schedule is. So they're up at that time. They go do stuff like that at that time because that's their lifestyle. You know what I mean? It's not abnormal. So
there's no way he's going back there the next day to do any of that. He would have taken it exactly where he needed to. There's no reason.
you don't take the chance of being caught or having the shit found. I mean, that's dumb.
Especially if he's, this criminologist, and if he's really trying to pull off the perfect murder, like, why would he do that? That would be counterproductive, in that situation.
Yeah, it's a joke. It is a joke. This is some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I mean, truly, it really is. So,
I don't know why we're still listening to it. Like, I get it. You want to go over it, and you want to hear everything that you can. Take all the small bits, but
I was going to say it's almost over.
Yeah, it's at the end of it now anyway. He just said 14.5 because his report said 9.8. Yeah, it's completely opposite his report. So, yes.
He keeps, exaggerating his numbers, just like he was 75 feet away. Now and then we know it was really 100 or whatever Moto said.
Right.
Like, he might as well just be, telling a tall tale about a fish that he caught. Like, fuck him.
The same thing.
He needs to go see a man about a horse. That's what he's going to say.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. I think a lot of people in this case were seeing a man about a horse, but...
I would be really interested in your feedback here, but looking at everything that I've seen, I believe Maddie was the target. I believe Maddie is who he interacted with earlier. There's some other things that kind of support that. I hope a lot of this comes out at some point. I think.
Sorry to know, but why do you say some things to support that? Is that the cell phones?
Yeah, there's a lot more collisions between Bryan's phone and Maddie's phone than any of the other victims. And what I'm saying about collision is they start to occupy the same space at the same time. And there is a little bit more of a pattern to that than with the other victims.
And what do you mean, though? I know you don't have all the data in front of you, but in different locations, or where
would say August 28th, but I could be wrong if that's a Sunday. The first Sunday after the full week of school starting in August, it's Maddie's phone that I think interjects with his phone in Pullman. And this is the apartment complex right next to Bryan's. And they start off at the student center at WSU, and then they move up to an apartment complex. And I think there was an interaction there that could have been the first crossing of paths. There's multiple times around the house that A&W over time, but consistently it's more.
So it couldn't have just been that Maddie knew somebody because the WSU kids and the Idaho State kids all interact and I know they had friends in Pullman, that Maddie just couldn't have known somebody that lived in an apartment near where Bryan's was. That's so uncommon to think of, huh? Okay. If that's true what he's saying is all I mean.
With Maddie than the other roommates at that point.
He dips into his fantasy fund and Kaylee's up here. And it was like that's the moment he's going to plan this murder, and she's still down there and Kaylee's up here hanging out with us. So I totally agree, but I can't say that in a forum.
And you guys know better than I would. I think the fact that Kaylee is in the same bed as Maddie that night is somewhat of a fluke. That wasn't something he could have predicted. So what I believe starts as a targeted one victim thing very quickly rolls into two. I think Xana interrupted that. And I think there's great
that's the scream.
Well, the scream, but also there's really good. So before, in my prior life, before I started doing a lot of the phone stuff, I did a lot of homicide stuff. I was a blood spatter expert. There is excellent blood spatter in this house that, in my opinion, Xana not only interrupts it, but he chases Xana through a big portion of the house. And that's where Xana comes into, and then Ethan comes into. And to your guys' point of the physical side of this, he's just exhausted by the time he sees Dylan. And that's why Dylan today. And this changes his plan. And this is really important for the investigators to wrap their head around. The route back was going to be the same route that he took there. I believe he was going to go right back out on Indian Hills, up north to that little crossover road, and then come back north of the airport back in, because he can get all the way to his house and never pass a video camera other than the Indian Hills one. But because 911's being called, he drops down to the south. So yeah, I think it went from 1 to 2 to 4 very, very quickly. Then there's the interruption, which completely throws him off his plan. He doesn't know what to do, but he's smart enough of the house. And that's where Xana comes into, and then Ethan comes into.
He just said something way out of line. Listen to that.
And to your guys' point of the physical side of this, he's just exhausted by the time he sees Dylan. And that's why Dylan today. And this changes his plan. And this is really important for the investigators to wrap their head around. The route back was going to be the same route that he took there. I believe he was going to go right back out on Indian Hills, up north to that little crossover road, and then come back north of the airport back in, because he can get all the way to his house and never pass a video camera other than the Indian Hills one. But because 911's being called, he drops down to the south. So yeah, I think it went from
911's not called until the next fucking morning. At almost noon. At noon, basically. So what does that even, what does that statement mean right there?
Yeah, what's he even talking about?
Nothing. That's bullshit. That's another bullshit statement. So because 911's being called, he drops down to the, you're a full of shit, bro. He just made that up. Based on his own, that's based off of his own theory. There's nothing of support there. Nothing. That's ridiculous.
1 to 2 to 4 very, very quickly. Then there's the interruption, which completely throws him off his plan. He doesn't know what to do, but he's smart enough with everything he has on the criminology side, which, by the way, I completely agree with you, Olivia. He is a terrible criminal. His PhD program is
a box of rocks.
Yeah, but he is smart enough to know, and maybe looking for a white car, I shouldn't go driving back up through campus driving a white car with a car full of
and the path that you were talking about where he went, I think Indian Hills Road, everything he did was misdirection. So he didn't want to come in from west to east. He wanted to come from east to west. He was playing the same game. So if he did get caught, he wanted it to appear like he was coming from the opposite direction of where he really came from.
Right. Yeah. I do have to go.
Okay.
But I just want to.
All right, guys. Man, that was awesome. I really appreciate Cy. And Bryan, thank you for putting this together. It wasn't a gotcha. It was organic, talking with people. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for honestly having such a platform where I do genuinely feel like we have said more in this than we've ever really said publicly. And that's honestly 100% due to you and how you choose to, be a journalist and the open environment that you foster. And Cy Ray, I just wanted to say thank you. It is what it is. I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate your time more than anything else. Just being able to, talk with us and meet on a playing field together.
My little 5 minutes that I have, I'm literally going to go to bed with nightmares now because of the hearing him say that he was in the living room and then hearing him say that he went back to that same spot the next night. I mean,
this is his thought. This is him thinking out loud.
But that just terrifies me. I'm like, oh my gosh. And that
Mom, there's literally not a single thing scary about him. He's the biggest pansy coward ass that you could ever imagine.
The girls were scared.
Well, of course,
the girls were scared because
they were vulnerable.
Mom, and
Monsters
he doesn't have
prey on vulnerable people.
Yeah, and same thing, Bryan. Thanks for having me on. And I'll throw this out, Steve. I talked about it earlier, and Olivia, it goes to you as well. And if you're okay with it.
Wow.
Oh my God.
He gives them his phone number.
Cy Ray should have just shut up.
This is that was so disgusting. Every bit of that was insanity.
And look like what's happening, not for nothing, but I could take a look and see how Christie's a hot mess right now. That's not cool.
No, of course not.
Regardless, you're planting these seeds in their minds, about things that you have no proof about.
These are all theories. They're all theories, right?
For what? Why would you do that? Oh my God!
Because he's trying to gaslight and suck ass to them to make sure that they're all on the same same island together.
Yeah, exactly. Unbelievable.
Oh, well, guys, unfortunately, I have to hit the road because I do have a doctor's appointment. But what is today? Thursday, I think.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's Thursday. So I don't know. I'll see you guys soon, hopefully. If not that, I'll see you tomorrow for sure. I want to thank everybody that has joined me up throughout here today on the panel. All of you guys are amazing. Thank you guys for sitting through this. This was like, this was hard. This was really hard. This was worse than yesterday's.
Yeah.
And Sai, oh buddy, I don't even know what to say. Moto, thank you. Sweet Pea, Realize, Miss Kathy, thank you for joining us. Tomboy, everybody else that was
Thanks
up here
again,
today,
Robin.
I can't remember, but thank you all for being here. And guys, I hope to see you guys very soon. Have a great
Yep.
one, folks. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing, because you guys are perfect the way you are. Much love, folks. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye. Thank you.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture